Honorable members, I want to say good morning to you. And I can only say good morning when you are all seated, so that you are properly acknowledged. Good morning, Honorable Ngola. Good morning, Honorable Sokanyile. Good morning, Honorable Skosana.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Shongwe.
Good morning, Chair.
Honorable Braden Bach, good morning. Fine, and you? Khuyemore, Honorable Cameron. Who handed? Good morning, Honorable Kola Barnett. Good morning, Honorable Topper. Good morning, Honorable Sauls. Honorable James, good morning. And let me extend my warm greetings to you, Honorable Adams, SC, and your team. Good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Mathale.
Good morning, Chair. Morning, Chair. Good morning, Honorable members.
Honorable Deputy Minister Mathale, good morning to you.
Morning, Chairperson.
Good morning to you, the staff of Parliament, under the stewardship of Dr. Thuli, members of the media who have joined us. Good morning, the staff that is giving support to political parties represented in Parliament. I want to welcome you and thank you so much for your presence here. Honorable members, we are going to commence with today's proceedings. Senior Counsel, may I check with you if the witness who is appearing before us has been properly served and is the witness that we have been expecting?
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Committee members, my parliamentary colleagues, media, and everyone else in the room. Thank you. Today we present to you Mr. Cassel Mathale, who is the Deputy Minister of Police, or one of two Deputy Ministers. We've consulted with him, drafted his statement. He's had his statement vetted by his legal team who's sitting behind him, my colleagues at the back of him. And as far as I'm aware, he's ready to be sworn in and ready to give his evidence. His statement is an original statement that we drafted. So we're ready to proceed, Chair.
Thank you so much, SC. I just want to run through the following apologies. We have the apology of Honorable Cameron, who has a prior commitment. He's going to leave the proceedings in the afternoon. We have the apology of Honorable Sangoni, who has a parliamentary commitment. Honorable members will know that she is chairing a portfolio committee of Parliament. They have a scheduled meeting today. The apology of Honorable Mwango, who will join the proceedings later. The Chief Whip, if he's not the member entering the committee room now, I just wanted you to know that he was going to join us a bit later, and Honorable Malema will also join us in due course. You remember, we have given you the apology of Honorable Vessels, the last time, he's not going to be with us for a period of about 2 weeks, starting from that day, because of the happiness that they are enjoying in the family. So he will come back to join the committee later. SC, before I administer oath on our witness, I want to make the following declaration. The witness that is here is Honorable Cassel Mathale, the Deputy Minister of Police in the Republic of South Africa. I know him very well, Honorable Breitenbach. I worked under him at the ANC provincial office in Limpopo when he was the provincial secretary there. And when he became the premier in 2009, he appointed me as the MEC for cooperative governance, human settlements, and traditional affairs. And so in 2011, there was a provincial conference there where he was re-elected as the chairperson. And at that conference, I was elected provincial secretary. So I'm declaring it because it's not a secret. It's a relationship I'm proud of. He contributed a lot to my own political development. It's something that South Africans in that part of the country know it. So the reason why I'm saying it is because we have a business with him today and maybe tomorrow. And as the chairperson, I'm a human being. I must bring this to your attention, so that if at some point during the proceedings members feel that the chairperson is not conducting himself very well or is exhibiting bias, members must be free to do so and understand where the bias may be coming from. I'm not saying that there will be that bias. I must be professional, but it's important for you to know, Chief Whip, that I know the witness that is appearing before us, and it will be unprofessional of me and dishonest to keep quiet about it. Thank you so much. So you must keep me on check. If you see I'm veering off the road, whip me back to line.
Have no fear, Chair, we'll do that thing.
Thank you so much. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Sorry, Chair, may I just also declare that I do know Mr. Mathale. Not quite as well as you do, but nevertheless, I do know him. But you can be sure there will be no bias.
Okay. Maybe I must check if there is any other member who wants to make a declaration.
No, Chair, I'll chair the proceedings today. So my first rule will be you and that honorable out, please.
No, you must be on standby, honorable member, in case the chair veers off the road. Honorable members, allow me to administer oath on the Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable Deputy Minister, let me say the following, or let me read the following, that you have been invited to appear before this ad hoc committee which investigates allegations that have been made by Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. You have been invited to provide information to this ad hoc committee in relation to those allegations, so as to help the committee on its oversight work and investigations. The allegations include amongst others, alleged unlawful disbandment of the political killings task team, otherwise known as the NPKTT or PKTT, alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the South African Police Services, SAPS, and alleged corrupt relationship between leadership within SAPS and members of the public, as well as political interference in the work of the SAPS. In extending this invitation, the ad hoc committee chairperson has indicated that you may provide information to the committee if you so wish under oath in terms of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, and you will indicate whether you want to take oath or affirmation. We want to bring to your attention that, or we want you to be informed that by law you are required to answer questions fully and satisfactorily. And these are the questions which will be lawfully put to you. Or you may also produce any document that you are required to do so in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. However, you are protected in that evidence that you will be giving under oath or affirmation before the House or Committee of Parliament may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. And please be aware that in terms of Section 17.2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes the House or a Committee of Parliament with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offense and is liable to a fine or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. Honorable Deputy Minister, you are required to take an oath, and then you will indicate whether you are required to take an oath or affirmation, and you will indicate which one do you elect. If you elect to take an oath, you will say, I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth, and so help me God. And if you take affirmation, you shall say, I solemnly affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth, and so I do. Which one do you choose, Honorable Deputy Minister?
Oath.
You choose to take an oath. And then would you want me to read, or you just say it?
You can lead, Chair.
Thank you so much. Let me read it in part. You will start by mentioning your names in full and say that I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth.
I, Cassel Charlie Mathale, swear that the evidence that I shall give shall be truth,
the whole truth and nothing else but the truth.
the whole truth and nothing else but the truth.
And so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you so much. SC, I'm handing over to you.
Thank you, Honorable
So
Chairperson.
we shall run until 13 hours.
As you please. Thank you, and honourable members. Good morning, Honourable Deputy Minister.
Morning, morning.
Every time I say honourable is a bit long, so when I say Deputy Minister, please, it's preceded by honourable. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you again for making yourself available and for your 110% cooperation with us in terms of preparing. Your willingness to serve before this committee and share your experiences are highly valued. You've been a deputy minister under former Minister Becky Cele, and also more recently under Minister Mkhunu.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
So, given the terms of reference of this committee that you are familiar with, you can offer us some valuable insights into some of the challenges within the South African Police Service, as well as what some of the reasons are for some of those challenges, which we will discuss. And then also you've got some proposals to make for the committee in terms of the way forward on how to address some of these challenges and to what the remedial action to take place.
Yes.
So you're happy with that approach?
Yes, I am.
Now, if we may just start off, as indicated, you'd been a former deputy minister under Becky Cele from 2019 until June 2024.
Yes, correct.
The role that you played under Minister Cele, if you can I just take you to the
There's no one in your contact named Minister Kelly. Whose contact info are you looking for?
so when you have these fancy watches, honourable chairs. Apologies. At the back of your, there's an annexure, CCM1,
Yes.
which is dated the 2nd of August 2019. This is a delegation of powers for you as Deputy Minister. Can you just take us through that and discuss some of these aspects that's mentioned in the delegation?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much, and thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to appear before the committee. The delegated responsibilities that I was given by the minister were one.
Sir? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you very much. I'm audible now. Okay. It was Program 1, which is administration for the South African Police Service. And the second delegation was being responsible for the civilian secretariat for the police. The third was Independent Police Investigative Directorate, referred to as IPID, and CIRA. PSIRA, Private Security Industry Registration of South Africa, and the entities of SAPS, your DNA board, your DPCI judge. Thank you.
So, does this mean the scope of your functions as Deputy Minister, is it confined or restricted to these aspects that's mentioned here, police administration, public entities coordination, establishment of the Detective Training Academy, educational rural safety programs, women and youth development programs. Is it confined to that, or do you also have a broader functions?
I had broader responsibilities beyond this which have been stated here, and I will attend as from time to time as and when the minister will assign me other functions to do. For instance, we had a retreat where we took decisions that needed to improve SAPS, addressing a variety of issues, which I dealt with that, working together with General Ravi, who is head of the strategic division within SAPS.
So can I understand it this way, that in relation to these 5 delegated areas where you in fact stand in the shoes of the minister,
Yes, I was
he
acting.
delegated those powers to you, and you can take and make decisions which obviously falls within the authority of the executive authority.
Absolutely.
But apart from that, you also interact with the minister on
Yes.
everything else.
On everything else, for instance, there are occasions where I will attend meetings that have got nothing to do with those responsibilities at the invitation of the minister. One of the meetings that I attended, for example, was a briefing in KZN. I think I went there twice, where we're discussing the political killings task team, for instance.
Okay. Can we just park that
Yeah.
for a moment, so that we can just understand the role that you play. Just as a matter of interest, you haven't been you didn't receive any written delegated powers of authority from Minister Mkhunu, is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
Is there a reason why? Do you know why?
I will attribute that to the fact that the minister came into the police department and he had to familiarize himself with the workings of the department, which is quite extensive and broad. And since he came in to date, we were engaged in that process, which took quite some time, given the complexities of policing. And I think that is the reason why there was a delay. But I think we were almost at the tail end of those familiarization processes. Unfortunately, we are here and we have not yet dealt with that specific responsibility.
Except that it's more than a year.
Yes.
Since you were appointed as a deputy to Minister Mkhunu.
Yes.
And if you look at the date on this delegation of powers, it's dated the 2nd of August 2019. I think it's 3 or 4 months after your appointment in 2019 in May.
2019.
You were appointed as deputy minister under Minister Cassel on the 29th of May.
2019, yes.
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 And in August, you received this delegation of powers.
Yes, of course it was quicker. I mean, we must understand we are talking of 2 individuals who have got different experiences. Minister Cassel was a former national commissioner of the South African Police, and prior to that, he has been working as an MEC responsible for transport and safety in KZN. So he has been working in the space. And when I came in, he was appointed in 2018 as Minister of Police. When I came in 2019, he was already in the space. So he was fairly familiar with the workings of SAPS. That's why it was easy for him to quickly delegate the responsibilities. And I think Minister Mkunu came in from water affairs, and he was in the public service and administration, so he didn't have the kind of exposure that Minister Kele had, and understandably so. He had to understand how the system works before he could say, these are your responsibilities, and these are responsibilities for the other deputy minister. So he had to familiarize himself with, and I think he, now as we speak, I think he knows what needs to be done and what needs not to be done with regard to delegation of powers. I can attribute the delays to that.
Would it be unreasonable to have expected you, as the Deputy Minister to Minister Mkunu, to be closer to Minister Mkunu given his relative inexperience in the role? The reason I ask that is so that we could just understand the scope of which we can inquire from you what the issues are in the police and how close or not you were to some of these issues, especially the ones that gave rise to this honourable committee, which is the allegations made by Lieutenant General Mkunazi on the 6th of July. So if we can just maybe understand that.
Yeah. No, when Minister Mkunu was appointed into the space, one looked forward to working with him, given the fact that we know each other before he came into the ministry.
Are you comrades or associates?
He is a comrade of mine. He was a provincial secretary of KZN at some point, and I was provincial secretary of Limpopo, though he came later on when I was almost about to exit as a provincial secretary. And he became chair of KZN, and I was chair. So we fairly know each other politically. He's my comrade, and I was happy that he came into the space, so we could start from where we last ended. And I did everything within my ability to be very helpful to him and the team. And it was not only me who was providing that support to him. I think he also had with him a legal advisor who is fairly exposed to law and to SAPS, even though he was not necessarily working in SAPS himself, Advocate Piccoli. And Gavinde has been a police officer, so fairly within the ministry there was that support. But also the National Commissioner provided the necessary support to the minister. So he was surrounded by all the people that I can say knew what needs to be done, and they offered that support to him.
So also just to understand, you said that Mr. Kabinde was a police officer.
Yeah, I came to learn that he was a police officer, so he understands how police work. I presume he does have that understanding.
Do you know that he also worked in IPID?
I also learned about that, yes.
Okay. And we I think most of us know Advocate Piccoli. He had in a previous life been the National Director of Public Prosecutions.
Yes.
So in terms of the legal framework and so on, I suppose that was a help.
Yeah.
But can you just take us through, don't spend too much time on it, what kind of briefings did you engage in with the minister in terms of just understanding how SAPS worked? The minister was appointed in July.
Yeah.
2024.
Yeah.
So say between July 2024 and the end of the year in December 2024.
Yeah. We normally what police will do is to prepare a handover, and for the new minister. So he got that briefings, but from my side, I briefed him about the Department of Police, which is SAPS, your Civilian Secretariat for Police, IPID, CIRA, DPCI, and the entities that are there. And that we have the commissioner, the deputies and the provincial commissioners who have been working fairly well with. And of course, I did say that we are not a perfect institution. There are challenges, but these are men and women that I believe we can make our own contribution to the fight against crime in the country. So those are the issues that I touched on in my briefings with him.
Yeah, perhaps I was asking more about some of these briefings that would have been structured, where you go to a meeting and presentations are made by various units and various sections within the police. Say for an obvious example, on finance and how the budget works and how that's allocated and so on.
Yeah, thank you. We had briefings that deals with the respective divisions within SAPS. We'll have briefings on visible policing. We'll have briefings on finances. We'll have briefings on detectives. We'll have briefings on DPCI, the Hawks. We had briefings on the civilian secretariat and briefings on IPID. Each of these briefings, for instance, those that had to do with policing, in the main, the person at the center of the briefings will be the National Commissioner. And the National Commissioner, depending on which division are we dealing with, he will then invite relevant people who are responsible for the division. For instance, if it's visible policing, it will be led by the National Commissioner, and in attendance, it will be the Deputy National Commissioner, Visible Policing, General Msikidi. And she will come with the divisional head, which is General Mamuteti in this regard. And the detectives will also have the similar approach, where you will have the the National Commissioner and the Deputy National Commissioner Detectives, General Sbia, who will then come with his components to that briefing. If the briefing also involves the crime intelligence, the National Commissioner will come with General Sbia, the DNC, and the Divisional Commissioner, which is General Kumalo, who will then do the detailed briefings of that specific item. When we dealt with human resource development, it will be the National Commissioner, it will be the acting DNC of human resource, and then it will be the divisional commissioner who is responsible for that space. And in this instance, because the organizational design, for instance, falls within that department, that division, you will then have the study group that is responsible for organizational development, making a presentation on the structure of police. So we'll have those intense discussions, but all of them are led by the National Commissioner as the accounting officer.
And obviously during those briefings there'd be questions and answers and interaction, exchange of views and things like that. Now, what would be of particular interest would be the briefing on organizational design, the organizational structure, and so on. That is where you discuss the various components within the police and so on. Was there any specific focus on any of the dedicated task teams? We know within SAPS, and in fact you must confirm with us whether some of these task teams still exist, like for example child trafficking, abduction, mining, extortion. These are task teams that we know were established.
Yeah.
To your knowledge, do they still exist?
Yes, they do.
Now, those task teams, and of course you know where I'm heading, the political killings task team. If you discuss the organogram and the organizational structure, they wouldn't necessarily appear on the board or wherever the president. No.
Yeah. When a presentation was made on the organizational structure, we were discussing the structure in terms of what is there and what are the challenges that we are confronted with as a country. And we'll engage. And in the process of discussions with the officials, we then arrive at a determination, for instance, around the inspectorate, where we resolve that in terms of the structure and where we are, we need more men and women on the ground to fight crime. And we therefore resolve that we don't need to continue with the inspectorate, because the function that they perform is a function that the civilian secretariat, they can easily perform that function, because they do visit police station to look at their operations and their functionality. So we then agreed to do away with that structure, and the personnel involved there is going to be placed in different responsibilities. And beside that, we looked at visible policing. We had a division of visible policing, and when we discussed it, we came to the conclusion that yes, it's a necessary function, but the way it is structured, we also need the capability to put boots on the ground to deal with crime. And therefore, it will assist us greatly if we can separate visible policing and operational response, which were made one. And we then separated them. And we said, if we can structure ourselves in this way, we can become more effective in dealing with the problems or the challenges that we are confronted with. So broadly, that is how we discuss the new organizational structure, which was signed off, I think, this is somewhere this year, May. I'm not sure of the exact date, but it took a while to finalize, because you must consult with the unions and everybody concerned until you all agree this is the structure that you want to have.
Was there any discussion about integrating or reintegrating some of these task teams into, for example, murder and robbery? Because that is the one category component that you have.
Yes, we did talk of strengthening murder and robbery, because that's our biggest problem. You have many people who gets killed in the country. One which it creating a lot of problems, like the killing of traditional leaders. The House of Traditional Leaders have had engagement with us around that matter. So, and it's that and the killings that are taking place in the country, the Cape Flats, we have been here, communities are complaining about that. So we felt we must strengthen murder and robbery unit so that we can become effective in terms of the investigative capacity of our detectives around murder-related crime in the country.
Can you recall when you discussed organizational design, organizational structure, and would the political killings task team, would that have been specifically highlighted? Would it have been specifically mentioned, or was it just mentioned in passing?
Well, it might have been mentioned in passing because we didn't, in the organizational structure, discuss political killings because it's a task team that was established to deal with a specific problem. Here we're talking about a structure that must define policing in the country.
So just in relation to the political killings task team, you were appointed in May 2019.
Yeah.
And you probably, you know by now that the interministerial committee
Yeah.
was established by the president in May 2018. So just over a year later, you become a deputy minister. When was your first experience of the political task team? What do they do? How do they operate? Who's in command, etc.?
When I first became part of a meeting, it was somewhere in KZN where a meeting was convened, and I was. I'm sorry.
Maybe put the mic up.
Yeah.
Then you can sit a bit back.
I was invited to a meeting in KZN where a briefing was done by the political killings task team. The interministerial committee of this team was taken mainly from the JCPS cluster ministers. The Minister of Justice and the Minister of Police were part of this ministerial committee, and they below them were the operatives, where you had detectives and the prosecution authority comprising this team, which one might call a multidisciplinary team. And it also included the DPCI in that. So that was the team and how it was composed. The interministerial committee was the one that was politically responsible for the team in the 6th administration.
Would you, these interministerial committee meetings, they weren't frequent, they would be at most twice a year?
Yeah, no, they were not frequent.
Yeah. Would you attend these meetings?
I have attended 2 of them that I can recall, yes.
In your capacity as a deputy, or do you actually stand in for the minister?
I went in with the minister per his invitation, and of course, if the meeting is convened in his absence, then he will ask that I should attend. But what I recall are 2 meetings that I attended with him.
And at these meetings and the ones that you attended, you'd get a briefing from the political killings task team.
Yes, the operatives will be there and they will brief us about the work that they are doing.
Is that where you know Lieutenant General Mkonazi and Lieutenant General Kumalo? I think maybe at the time he would have been a brigadier general.
Well, Lieutenant General Mkwanaza, I have known him before I went to attend the meeting of the PKTT. Yes, Kumalo, I met him for the first time there when I went to KZN, and there was a briefing and he was in attendance.
And what was your experience of them briefing you and telling you what they're doing, whether they're achieving any success?
Well, the effectiveness of the team is not in question. They did an excellent job. Since they were instituted, there was progress around killings of activists, what one might call political killings that took place. There were progress. In fact, the effectiveness has never been an issue that was questioned within the space.
And when you said it was never in question, it never rose at all in your discussions with former Minister Cele?
No. That question was never asked.
Beyond question.
Yeah, they were doing their job, and I believe they were doing a good job.
Okay. We know from former Minister Cele that the last briefing to the IMC, the Interministerial Committee, was in March of 2024. Was that before the elections?
Yeah.
So, did you attend that one?
Yes, I did in KZN, yeah, at the Provincial Commissioner's Office.
Okay. And did it follow the same format? There's a presentation to the IMC, and there's questions, I suppose, questions, answers, and so on. And what was your feeling when you left that meeting as far as the political killings task team is concerned?
Well, the meeting went well, and I didn't get an impression that there are problems around the team. I think everybody was happy with what was presented and what they were doing.
Okay. So, just to continue along that narrative, since it's also our focus, then we have the elections, and Minister Mkhunu is appointed, and Minister Cele is disappointed. But we know, of course, why was he's given an explanation why he wasn't appointed. He was too low on the list or something like that. But what was your reaction to the appointment of Minister Mkhunu?
Well, as I said earlier on, I was happy that he has been appointed minister, and that I was appointed deputy minister, and I was grateful that somehow the universe was aligned, that even though I've lost General Cele, whom by then we were working extremely well together, but I was given somebody else that I knew and that I've worked with, and I believed that we were going to make a good team.
Did Minister Mchunu have any specific discussions with you and or Deputy Minister Boshielo in relation to the political task team between July 2024 and December 2024?
Well, we have had, you see, come again with the question, Senior Counsel?
Did Minister Mchunu have any specific discussions with you or meetings with you and or Deputy Minister Boshielo in relation to the political killings task team between July 2024 and December 2024?
Yeah. Okay. No, I thought you were having a conversation. We have had discussions around the structure and the need for us to handle things in such a manner that we strengthen our capacities so that you don't have to create task teams to deal with specific challenges, because we will have developed that capability within the police to deal with the challenges that we are confronted with. And it is in this context that the issues that we discussed around the PKTT took place.
In Minister Mchunu says that you can you recall having a meeting specifically with Minister Mchunu in November of 2024?
Yes, I might not. We have had many meetings with him. So
Well, I'm talking about the task team.
that's why I said we did discuss the task team as we were discussing the problems that the structure and how we think the structure must be structured and how we must strengthen certain units like murder and robbery, so that we are able to address the problems of murder in the country. Because the political killings task team, it's a team that came as a result of the murder that was taking place amongst, which are politically related. That's why it was called political killings task team, but it is murder. And there was also the problem of the killing of traditional leaders, which is not political. It is murder as well. And killing of ordinary South Africans because either it's a robbery or gang-related matters, which is murder. And the rate at which we resolve these crimes is worrisome. Hence the need to strengthen the unit that deals with murder and robbery, so that we are able to resolve any murder that takes place in the country. And in that context, then the issues of the task team like political killings came into the discussion.
Minister Mchunu says in his statement at paragraph 84, and I think we have made these statements available to you and your lawyers. On the 21st of November, I convened a meeting with the Deputy Ministers of Police to discuss the various allegations against and other identified challenges within the SAPS. A decision was taken at that meeting that I would meet with Lieutenant General Masimola to raise these concerns and engage with him on the same.
Yeah, we have had discussions and we have agreed on various occasions that there are issues that the minister should engage with the National Commissioner and process them so that by the time they come to us, they will have processed those issues. In some instances, it was a meeting with the Minister of Police in the absence of the National Commissioner, and in other instances where the issue of the two of them interfacing, they were both present. In the presence of the Minister and the National Commissioner, I have said so on more than one occasion, that the Minister and the National Commissioner must process things. There are certain things that the two of them must process before they come and discuss with us, because it does not assist for us to go into a meeting sometimes with other deputy national commissioners and divisional commissioners. We discuss issues that they should have found each other on before coming to engage with us. So yeah, there are many instances where we have had meetings and agreed that the two of them must, from time to have engagement outside ourselves, because the absence of that will lead to misunderstandings amongst them, which can create a problem for us. And we are here now, I think, because of that.
But I don't hear you say, and I certainly can't recall hearing Minister Mkhunu say that those meetings, those engagements focus specifically on the political killings task team.
Yes, we have had a meeting where specifically we discussed that. I'm not disputing that.
Because he then goes on to say that on the 22nd of November, he met with General Masimola, with the deputy ministers, that's yourself, Lieutenant General Sabia, and all the provincial commissioners present. But he says the purpose of the meeting was also to discuss the ministry's deep concerns about the elevated murder rate, the escalation of firearms, including illegal firearms, drugs, and GBV plus F issues.
Yeah, correct. We have had that, such a meeting.
Yeah. Okay. At these meetings that you held in these briefings, did the minister at any stage give an indication that he's either not happy with the task team or that he intended to have it disestablished?
Yeah, he did raise that matter, that it must be de-established, and we had discussions around that.
When would that have been?
I can't recall the exact date.
Now, you know by now that the minister issued his directive on the 31st of December 2024. Yeah. What was your, when did you first learn about the directive?
On the social media, that's where I picked it up. And then he then called, I think, was it, I'm not sure whether it was the 1st or the 2nd, but early January, that the letter that is circulating, he wrote the letter, because I thought it's fake.
Is that the usual way you learn about what the minister decides or has decided, that you learn about it on social media?
Well, that's not a right way. We have been interacting all along about everything that is to do with policing, but this specific one, that's how we learned about it, unfortunately.
What was your reaction when you saw on social media that he had directed that the political killings task team be disbanded?
Well, as I said, I first dismissed it because it was odd for me to say something like that. And when he confirmed it himself, that he wrote it, and we must not be surprised. I didn't understand what could have motivated him to pen such a letter in the manner in which he did.
When did you first see the full text of the letter?
I'm not sure of the exact date, but yeah, I saw the full text. It was early January though, still, and I read it, and I had a problem because the way it was written, it was very difficult to comprehend how that is going to be realized, the content of the letter, because it was saying that the PKTT is disbanded with immediate effect, and that a close-up report must be submitted or a plan by 20 January, and then a close-up report by the end of the month. It was not practical to do those things.
So how would one describe your reaction to seeing this directive? Shocked, surprised?
It was unusual.
Baffled?
It was unusual. And I mean, it was not exciting. It was just problematic, yeah.
You because you also saw, and there's been, I don't know if you want to add your interpretation to the word immediately. You saw that in the letter.
Yeah, I saw that in the letter.
And I think you may have said that you found that to be
Yeah, I've said it's
problematic.
yeah. If something is immediate, is immediate. And it is disbanded. It is disbanded, and then I need reports on this and that date. That closes this unit. It was problematic.
Now, you had worked with the minister for at least half the year, from July to December, and you've also known him in another capacity,
Yeah.
as a political ally, comrade. When you saw the text or read the text of the letter, what was your sense? What was your impression? Is this the way he communicates? Is this the way he writes?
Look, it was very difficult to really put my thoughts together as to what was happening to him to craft the letter in the manner in which he did, and at the time that he did. I don't know what was going through his mind, and the circumstances that he was in when he penned the letter. It's I don't know. Of course, he has said so to you here, that he was seated at home, and maybe the environment was such that he could apply his mind and pen that letter. But I don't know what he was going through. because a strong letter is not a light letter.
Would it be correct to say he didn't consult with you?
Of course, he didn't consult. The only time that he spoke to me, it was after the letter was out, and he was saying, yes, I've penned the letter, don't be surprised.
Did you ask him what the reasons were, what informed the letter, what his motivations were?
I didn't question whether it's right for him to write a letter like that, because, you know, when an executive authority makes a decision and pens it down so that there's no misinterpretation of the decision, he has made a stand. He took a stand and communicated that stand.
What was your, or what is your understanding between the divide between policy and operations? And you've been a deputy minister for a long time. You're familiar with sections 206 and 207 of the Constitution. You're familiar with the provisions in the Police Act, which prescribes the role, the various roles of the minister, the national commissioner, divisional commissioners. This is a directive disbanding an operational unit task team within the police. Could the minister do that?
The minister can communicate his views. Whether he's legally correct or wrong, I might not be able to interpret that, but he can communicate his directives in writing. And it's upon the recipient to receive and respond to that. And I think the National Commissioner responded in a manner that the immediate part of it was not operationalized. Because we are all aware that the committee, the task team is still there.
So how soon into the new year did the minister discuss this with you? This is now after he's issued the directive.
I might not recall the exact date, but I mean, when we met and discussed, we discussed this issue way beyond January. When that January has come and gone, and the PKTT has not been disbanded. But like I said earlier, that there were discussions around this. For instance, I remember a discussion where the issue of General Kumalo came into being, that as we are strengthening crime intelligence, it will be appropriate that he focus on crime intelligence, and probably the National Commissioner look at getting somebody who can full-time attend to the PKTT.
Yeah, you do mention, and you'll see at paragraph 54 of your statement, that the discussions you did have with the minister seem to be more about the head of crime intelligence now also heading the PKTT.
Yeah, because that was the case. Even now, because that decision has not been made, that is still the case. But one was of the view that if we were to be true to what we are saying, it will be appropriate that Lieutenant General Kumalo be allowed to pay special attention to crime intelligence because he is responsible for that. And we get some senior officer, either a major general, to take up the responsibility of heading the political killing task team. Because even Kumalo, by the time he was heading it, he was a major general before he became a head of CI.
But there was never any talk of disbanding or disestablishing the task team.
Well, the earlier discussions that came that the unit must be done away with, there was a discussion around that. There was, because we were saying let's strengthen murder and robbery, and all murder-related cases be dealt with by the murder and robbery unit.
But you can't remember when that discussion took place. Was that before the directive?
Before the letter, yes. Before the letter.
So let me come back to then what was your reaction when you saw the directive?
The letter?
Yes.
No, the letter, I'm saying that the letter came as a surprise to me, particularly the immediate disbandment of the unit and the dates that were set there. That to me was a problem, because the people who can be able to say we think we can close up this through this particular process are the operatives themselves out of an engagement.
Were you aware of the fact that the people in charge of the operations of the PKTT, General Mkwenazi and Lieutenant General Kumalo, that they had not been consulted about the disestablishment of the task team?
Well, because the discussions we were having with the National Commissioner, for that decision to ultimately be implemented, it will necessarily need the engagement of all the role players.
Yeah. But don't you think that the minister should have consulted with them? They're the people directly involved.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that the ultimate dissolution will have to take place after interacting with all the relevant role players. And this includes them.
The task team itself, was there any doubt in your mind that this task team was operating legally within the allocated budget and falling under the authority of the National Commissioner, ultimately?
Yeah, I never doubted that.
Did the minister ever mention to you or indicate to you or give you any idea that actually this political task team is not operating legally?
Well, the discussions around this, it was not based on the legality of the unit or not, because that was never in question. I don't remember a meeting where we discussed that the team is illegal or something like that. That never arose.
Were you at the January the 8th ANC celebrations in, I think it was in Cape Town?
Yeah, I was.
In Khayelitsha?
Yes.
Did you discuss this directive with the minister at that gathering, or maybe even with former Minister Mathale at that gathering?
No, at the gathering, the minister was not present.
Did you discuss it with the president?
No.
Did the minister tell you that he discussed it with the president?
Well, he might have discussed with the president because in our engagement we did say the minister must take the president into confidence on the things that he intends to do. So he must he must discuss with the president. Whether he discussed with the president or not, I don't know because I was not in attendance.
Subsequent to the directive, and after you had sight of it or heard about it, read about it on social media, did you discuss the directive with the National Commissioner or any of the Deputy Commissioners, or with Lieutenant General Kunazi or Kumalo?
No, with General Kwanaze and Kumalo, no, but with the National Commissioner. In the meetings that he was in, we did discuss it, but not outside those meetings.
And as you were discussing it, what was your sense of whether this directive, which required the immediate disestablishment of the task team, where was this now going?
The immediate was not happening because, as I said to you, I mean, if up to now the task team exists. So the crafting of the letter, it just made it difficult to implement what was in there, because it's not possible. Once something is immediate, in the day-to-day use of immediate, it's immediate.
Okay. And the other aspects of this directive, that the National Commissioner must have a report ready on the 20th of January. Did you know whether that was done or not?
There are things that didn't happen because of that. For instance, the issues around filling up of posts didn't happen, which had any what one can say a negative impact on the strengthening of the crime intelligence that we're engaged in.
So you weren't privy to the report which the National Commissioner gave to the Minister. I think it was on the 22nd of January.
On the close-up report.
Yes.
Well, most of the reports the National Commissioner and the Minister discussed them in our presence, but I'm not sure which a specific report you are referring to.
Yeah. Do you meet with the Minister once these reports are submitted to him and copied to you? Do you discuss them?
Normally, when there are briefings, they will make copies available, and we will then discuss them. Depending on the sensitivity of the documents, we will then hand them over. But if they are not sensitive, we keep them.
Now, on the 5th of March it was an online meeting that you, your other deputy, the minister, and all the senior officials held with the police portfolio committee. You remember that
Yeah.
meeting? Did you have a briefing before going into that meeting?
Yes, we ordinarily, before we go to the portfolio committee, we'll have a briefing. And after the briefing, we'll then go and appear before the committee. But in some instances, we'll just go to the meeting without having processed the document ourselves because of the time constraints that were there between the request for the meeting and the meeting sitting. But yeah, we do, normally we do discuss them before we appear.
Can you recall what was on the agenda for that meeting?
I can't recall what we discussed, but I know that at the end of the meeting, the Provincial Commissioner of KZN did respond to or make a comment in that committee meeting where he raised issues that some of which one was hearing them for the first time, and I was a bit uncomfortable with that.
Now, one of the big items on the agenda was the political killings task team,
Yeah, that I recall, yeah.
and the presentation was actually done by Lieutenant General Kumalo.
Kumalo, yes.
What do you recall about that briefing?
No, it was briefing the committee about the work that the PKTT was doing and its successes since inception to date.
And what was your recollection of how Kumalo dealt with the issue of the directive and that the minister had called for the immediate disestablishment of the task team?
Well, the briefing to the committee, I don't recall it talking to the directive of the establishment of the task team. It was just briefing the committee on the work of the PKTT.
And can you recall more or less what Kumalo said about, is the team being disestablished? Has it been disestablished? Because it's now on the 5th of March. The directive of 31 December 2024 said it must be disbanded immediately.
Yeah. No, that's why I was saying that the briefings and what happened vis-a-vis the letter were two different things, because here we are briefing the committee on the work that the PKTT is doing. It was not a report that was saying the PKTT is being de-established.
Were you surprised by that?
No, I was not surprised because we were there, we were briefing the committee, and I was part of the briefings, even though it was done by Kumalo. But he was doing it on behalf of all of us.
But were you not surprised that you didn't hear them talk about the immediate disbandment of the PKTT? But he was talking about a transition or a phasing out approach.
No, I was not.
Okay. And then you also heard Lieutenant General Mkonazi speak in that meeting.
Yes.
Do you recall clearly listening to what he had to say and that he was not happy with the state of affairs surrounding the task team?
Yeah, he raised issues and including what he has a problem with about people who seems to be having the ear of the minister, who seems to be having more information than what other people have.
At the conclusion of that meeting, or rather after that meeting, there was another meeting the very next day on the 6th of March. Did you attend that meeting?
Yes.
Where a further presentation was made by Khumalo, by the senior police?
About the senior police.
Yeah, by the senior management.
Okay.
Khumalo, yes.
There's a meeting that I missed, which General Khumalo had, where he was briefing about the drug cartels. That I did not attend. So I'm not sure whether
You
that
can't
was-
recall attending that meeting?
No, that one I didn't attend.
Okay. Did you attend the meeting on the 27th of March? There was a further briefing on the 27th of March.
Yeah, I did, yes.
You think or you know?
Well, I'm not sure, but if you can assist me, to recall what the events.
Well, in terms of assisting you, I think your PA had mentioned during a consultation that you were at that meeting, but you didn't have there was no minute of that meeting because the minute had never been approved. So you're unable to provide us with a minute of the meeting.
Yeah.
But that you were at that meeting.
Yes, I recall that, yes.
So you were at the meeting.
Yeah.
Can you recall that Minister Mkhunu was, to quote both General Masemola and Lieutenant General Kwanazi, was very angry that the PKTT was not closed and was not being closed. It wasn't being disestablished in accordance with his directive.
Yeah. He was dissatisfied, yes. I recall that.
You prefer the word dissatisfied. So we add that word now also to our lexicon. Was he very angry or was he dissatisfied?
He was dissatisfied.
Very dissatisfied.
He was dissatisfied, Senior Cassel.
You're just being diplomatic.
No, not really.
He wasn't happy.
He was dissatisfied.
So, because now we at the end of March, the directive is end of December, and I suppose this is what you almost predicted or thought at the time when you saw the directive, that this is not going to happen.
Yeah, the directive is the way the note was crafted was problematic. So we are in March, now we are in October. We are still in the same situation.
Yeah. Can you recall what the reaction was of the Minister's Chief of Staff?
Normally they comment less in our meetings, so I can't recall in this instance whether I said anything.
Okay. Now, when you were Deputy Minister to former Minister Cele, Can you recall who the senior officers were that were heading the organization? The National Commissioner, Divisional Commissioners, section heads, and so on.
Yeah, yes, I do.
Are you able to name them? Yeah.
The National Commissioner was General Stoller. Excuse me. The head of Deputy National Commissioner Detectives was General Mfaze. May his soul rest in peace because he has since passed on. And you had Deputy National Commissioner Policing, General Masemola. And Deputy National Commissioner Human Resource, General Vuma, who is currently under suspension. Yeah.
And crime intelligence?
When I arrived there was General Jacobs, who was later removed. And then General Kumalo came in.
Yeah.
But Kumalo came in later on. But it was General Jacobs during Stoller's time. But he left that responsibility while General Stoller was still in the service.
What was Minister Kele's relationship, or your relationship with former National Commissioner Sithole?
Well, my relationship with the minister was excellent. Of course, I didn't know what it will be like when I was appointed there because I knew him at a distance. But when I came to work with him, we established a good working relationship. Maybe I should say I don't have problems with working with other people. I acclimatize easily. But of course, the relationship between the minister and General Stoller, it was not okay because at some point I think General Stoller had to leave SAPS.
Yeah. And General Masemola?
General Kele and General Masemola related very well. And I also relate very well with the National Commissioner.
And we now know about the press conference of Lieutenant General Kunazi, which we'll deal with finally. Did these issues or problems highlighted by Lieutenant General Kunazi, did they manifest in that period when you were Deputy Minister under Minister Kele?
No, we never experienced that posture from General Mkonazi. But of course, when I was listening to some of the proceedings here, even though I didn't follow everything, there was an indication that he wanted to engage with the minister. But that platform was not provided. And I guess that is what might have motivated him, because he couldn't get an outlet to raise his issues, to do what he did.
Because one gets the impression that that what Lieutenant General Konazi highlighted in his media briefing on the 6th of July had been there for quite a long time and had been simmering and festering within SAPS for a long time, and had now come to the fore to the extent that he found it now unacceptable. So it's not something that just arose on the 5th of July and now he's having a media briefing on the 6th of July.
I think if he was given the opportunity to engage with the executive authority, probably will not have arrived where we are. There have been differences of opinion even when Minister Kele was in the space. Police did not necessarily see things the same way, but it never went to an extent that one of the officers could want to vent their frustrations, the manner in which General Mkwanazi did. And the differences that he spoke about, I'm convinced that should he has been given an ear, there should have been a way to manage what we find ourselves with. In fact, the interface between the executive authority and the accounting officer, if it was stronger, we would not have arrived here.
But we've heard evidence, we heard the evidence of Lieutenant General Mkwanazi. Here we've also heard his evidence at the Matlanga Commission that his press conference on the 6th of July was a last desperate attempt to highlight these issues. He has done so, he's tried to do so. We know of a WhatsApp that he sent to Minister Mkhunu on the 4th of April, I think 4th of April, where he implores the minister to meet with him. In fact, meet with him, meet with the National Commissioner, the deputies, Sabia, and also with a man by the name of Brown Mogotsi. And the minister responded and say, okay, I acknowledge receipt of your WhatsApp and I'll revert, I'll get back to you, and he never did. What do you do in that instance?
That's why I'm saying that if he had been given an audience, I think would not have been here. But because he didn't get an outlet, we thought it would be right for him to do what he did. I'm not saying it's the right thing to do, but I think it could have been avoided.
Yeah, I mean, if we look objectively at the events, he's always been heading this political task team, isn't it?
Ask his?
Lieutenant General Mkwanazi.
Yeah.
He's always been, that's his project. And you know that from the first time when you interacted with the Interministerial Committee, the presentations done by him and Kumalo.
I don't know whether it will be correct to say that is his project. It happens to be in KZN. But I can say is the president's project because the president initiated a process that led to the formation of this team. And obviously the team is established in a province. And in a province, you have got a provincial commissioner who then is responsible for policing matters in that province. And the political task team being established in KZN, which is under the jurisdiction of the Provincial Commissioner General Mkwanazi, is logic that he has to oversee that. Maybe in that context you can say it's his baby, But that does not remove the fact that it's a presidential intervention to a problem that was confronting our people in that part of the country.
Yes, I think we accept it's common cause that it was a presidential initiative, but it was then operationalized.
Yeah,
And ultimately, the National Commissioner would have been responsible for
of
that.
course.
But the person we know who was at the forefront of this
Yeah.
was Lieutenant General Mkonazi.
Yeah,
He appointed Kumalo as the project leader.
yeah.
But I think why I mentioned this, I don't think we need to spend any
Yeah.
more time on it, is that the Minister Mkhunu, never consulted Lieutenant General Mkonazi,
Yeah.
given his prominent role on the task team, before he issued a directive to disestablish the team.
Senior Counsel, even if that was not the case, but if he has reached out wanting to ask for a meeting, why not? You give him, you grant him that. We meet with people not because of their position, but because they request for a meeting. Then you accede when you have time to do so.
Okay. But I don't understand, because was there any reason for Lieutenant General Mkonazi to reach out to Minister Mkhunu when he had absolutely no idea that he actually intended to disestablish the task team?
But General Mkwanazi is a provincial commissioner. If he asks to see the minister, I see no reason why the minister can't meet him.
But for what purpose? I mean, he would meet with the minister and the national commissioner in relation to matters generally affecting KZN. If he was the provincial commissioner there, they would meet perhaps at some of these briefings you referred to.
Yeah.
But if he's got no idea that the minister actually wants to disestablish the team, why would he specifically request a meeting with the minister?
General Mkwanazi?
Yes.
Well, I don't know why he wanted to meet him, but from the clip that I heard you play here, he was asking for a meeting, and I'm saying he should have been granted the meeting.
No, that was after the directive. I'm not sure whether we misunderstanding each other.
Okay.
The WhatsApp he sent was on the 4th of April of 2025,
Yeah.
which is just under 4 months after the directive. Before that, he didn't ask to speak to the minister specifically.
Okay.
He obviously didn't know what was going on in the minister's head about this task team.
Okay.
Because you seem to indicate, well, maybe the media briefing on the 6th of July was a step too far and was a bit too drastic, because he should have raised these issues maybe in the form of a grievance with the minister or the national commissioner before going public.
Well, because he says he did that because he didn't get the opportunity to raise the things that he wanted to raise with the relevant people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said it was a last resort.
Yes. So if they've given him a hearing, it will not have happened.
But do you accept that he had done what he could to address these issues before going public?
Yeah, I accept that.
You do?
Yeah.
Now, there was a WhatsApp. Go to paragraph 11 of your statement. Sorry, is it? No. No, sorry. Is it not in his statement? Yeah. I think we shared a WhatsApp with you that was exchanged between General Sabia and a deputy minister. It's not clear,
Yeah.
or maybe you can tell us, is that a reference to you, or is it a reference to your colleague, Deputy Minister Boshielo? It's dated the 16th of October 2024. And it reads as follows. Good afternoon, DM. I don't know if that's a reference to Deputy Minister, Deputy Minister Mathale.
No, it just means deputy minister, and it can be any deputy minister, not necessarily.
Well, the question is it you? Was
No,
it you?
no.
You don't know, maybe if you look at the contents, and you can tell us whether you're aware of this. A source has indicated that CI, that's crime intelligence, has procured new spyware equipment to the value of 13 million rands over the past weekend. The equipment was sourced from China and did not follow the normal processes. E.g., minister needs to sign for anything above 10 million. Furthermore, it was reported that this equipment was obtained on the instruction of former Minister Becky Cele. Therefore, only a handful of individuals are privy to the details of the procurement and its usage. They include the current DivCom, the Secret Service Account Head, and Supply Chain Head, and a tech specialist. It is believed that the usage of said equipment will be for political purposes, targeting ANC leadership. And then as comments, DM should take note of the above and exercise vigilance with any type of electronic communications, such as cell phones, emails, etc. Then there's also a mention of Comrade Matabula.
Yeah, Senior Counsel, if you follow the content of that message, it's clear that the person who wrote it is peddling information, and if you receive such a message, you dismiss it because it says that for any amount above, is it 30 or 20, 10 million, you need the authority of the minister. There's no such a thing. There's no such a thing. The minister has no role in procurement. Whether it's for 1 cent or for whatever amount, the minister have no opinion. It's the responsibility of supply chain. If there is a person who have authority, is the accounting officer. So you can see that the person who wrote that thing have no clue. And you can take that information and approach the National Commissioner, for instance, with it. The National Commissioner, his first reaction will be, this one does not know his or her responsibilities, because the minister have no role to play. And you see they also bring Minister Cele into the picture. The intention is not good of the writer. So the long and short of it is that I didn't receive that. And if I did, I would not have forwarded it to anybody, because that there is no way in the administration where ministers play a role in deciding on who adjudicate a tender of 30 million or 10 million. It doesn't arise.
But isn't this an attempt, or the illustration, rather, of an attempt to influence the procurement process? We know that we look at the prescripts of procurement policy and procedures. We know that the minister and deputy ministers, least of all, don't have any role to play in that process.
I mean, how do you influence procurement on that WhatsApp? Because it doesn't make sense what is written there.
I don't know, maybe you know.
Anyway, I haven't received it, but whoever wrote it, it does not have good intentions.
It's alleged here that Sabia wrote it. And you say that doesn't
that Sevilla wrote
indicate good, yes. That's not good intentions.
If it's him who wrote it, really, I think he himself is confused about procurement processes, and I don't think he can write such a thing. To say any procurement of above 10 million needs the authority of the minister. If he doesn't know that you don't need something like that, I think it's problematic. But anyway, maybe I shouldn't comment more on it because I don't know it. I didn't receive it. Yeah. If some DM has received it, I think that a particular DM will have to clarify that. I did not.
And you obviously know Deputy Police Commissioner Sabia.
Yes, I do. But I'm not sure whether it's referred to her there. I don't know.
How well do you know him?
I know almost the same comments that the chair of the committee made here. She is from Sishio in Limpopo, in Polokwane. And she has been an activist for some time in the youth movement, and I've been a leader of the youth movement in the province since the 80s. Let me say since 1985.
Sorry, Deputy Minister, I hope you not misunderstand. I'm asking about Sabia.
Oh, I see. I thought you said, do you know? I said yes. I'm sorry.
No.
No, I'm sorry. It's near Cassel. General, you are referring to
sure
General
Sabia
Sbia.
is a lot younger too.
General Sbia.
Yes.
No, I know him. He's the Deputy National Commissioner, Detectives. I know him.
What's your relationship with him?
Like all of them, I relate with all the police there, but nothing beyond that. Yeah. I relate with them very well, all of them. There is not a single officer that I don't relate with, all of them. And of course, I relate with them in terms of their ranks. Their chief is General Masemol, and the rest follow behind that, including provincial commissioners. I relate well. Like I said with you here earlier on, I don't have difficulties in working with people. If I'm given a task to work with anybody that makes me to work under somebody or as somebody senior to that person, I don't have problems in working with people.
And Brown Mokotsi?
Brown Mokotsi, yeah, that is one that I don't know. I don't know that one. I've heard about him with these things that is happening, but
you didn't see him there on January the 8th.
January, there were many people there. If you don't relate with a specific person, when there are many people, there is no way that you will know who this one is. So I don't know him. I've never met him. Let me not say I've never met him, because you might find that I was in a space where he was as well, but I don't know him.
And the allegation that he was, he ran the president's election campaign?
Well, I don't know people who were running the presidency election campaign. Okay, let me not generalize that. I don't know. I might know some, but generally speaking, I don't know who was doing what in the campaign. I was not in the center of the team, so the individuals involved, I don't know.
Because he's quite a well-known political operator within the party.
No. I think he's quite a well-known operator within the people that he works with, not within the party.
Prominent people within the party.
Well,
Like the president.
Yeah, maybe you see,
Allegedly.
the ANC is an organization that have got all manner of people in it. And he is one of those individuals who are part of this body called the African National Congress, who do things that they are not reflective of what this organization is all about. And he can know leaders of the ANC, including knowing the president. But there is not a shred of evidence that he is ANC. He is a member, yes. He knows leaders, yes. They've influenced processes in the movement, yes. But that does not necessarily make them ANC.
Well, I recall, I think it was a week or two ago, he was interviewed. And he's a member of the ANC. But the only issue was whether he was still a current member or whether it's expired. There's no doubt that he's a member of the ANC.
Yeah, look, I'm not questioning that. And I'm not saying he's not a member. I'm saying in the organization, you have got individuals who are part of this organization for motives beyond what this organization stands for. And Mokgotsi is one of those. And I will not say he's not a member. Even as I'm speaking now, I can't say he's not a member, I don't know. But he's that character that he is. And he's not the only one. There are quite a number of characters in there because the ANC was engaged in a program to transform this country, to create a democratic dispensation. And there were those who believed in the cause that opposes this project. And they did everything possible to ensure that it does not succeed. And these elements are still there within the broader body called South Africa. And some of them, you find them within the organization who are not necessarily for the transformation, including institutions of government. And in our space, the police were at the center of maintaining the apartheid machinery. And at the center of those were the security branch, who did not die when the new dispensation was created. And in fact, who became part of what we today call the South African Police Service. You have elements whose mandate and mission is to frustrate the democratic project. And the individuals like those, the character we're talking about, they fall in that category. But they have the same card that I have and the same card that all other members are having, but the intentions are not the same.
Okay. Now, we know from the evidence here thus far that you have, for example, General Masemola, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi on the one side, you have Minister Mkhunu, Sabia on another side. In your statement, you say you're not aware of any factionalism in
Yeah.
the police
Yeah,
services.
yeah. I maintain that rogue elements are rogue elements. In the South African police, we have men and women who serve with integrity. A week or two back, we were in this room leading a delegation of the South African police to present our annual performance plan. And of course, we were politely asked to come back the next day. We will be coming back here. I said to the chair, who incidentally happened to be the member of this committee, that yes, there are difficulties that we are going through in SAPS. But these difficulties does not mean that the South African police service is in disarray. It's intact and it's able to carry out its responsibilities. That's why we were ready and prepared to present to the committee. And of course, the chair will invite us at the appropriate date to go and present. The individuals that create problems in SAPS, in whatever form and shape, they remain individuals. They are not reflective of the organ called the South African police, but they are individuals within the South African police that are problematic. The democratic project is not supported by everybody, and you will have elements who are against it. The fight against crime is a fight against individuals who do not want to do things the right way. And these individuals, they have got an interest in their own survival. And for them to survive, they must inflict pain to the instrument that is at the disposal of our people, in this case, the South African police. And they will want to contest, they will want to have influence, they will want to have people who are in their corner. I will not stand here, evidence leader, through you, Chair, and say that police, you don't have these elements. They are there. They are there. But I can't say we have got factions done. If you say there is a General Masemula, General Mkwanazi one side, General Sivia and the minister one side, maybe the way you are putting it, I must agree with you that you might be having those, but those are not a definition of the South African police.
Honorable Chair, perhaps we'll inquire or interrogate this a bit further after lunch to discuss what you seem to describe as just a bad apple syndrome. And if you remove the bad apples, everything's going to be okay. I'm not sure that from what we've heard thus far before this committee that it's as simple as that.
No, it's not as simple as that.
But maybe we can discuss it better after lunch.
Yeah.
Honorable Chair.
How much time do you need?
We at the tail end.
Yeah.
We at the tail end.
Yeah. The thing is, I want to prepare my members so that they must know that when we come back, they should be ready with questions. That's why I want to ask you, when we come back from break, we are going to break until 2 o'clock. When we come back from break, how much time will you need to conclude
It will be a maximum of 30 minutes.
Let's say 30 minutes to 1 hour.
No, it won't be 1 hour, it's 30
Yeah,
minutes.
I'm just being generous and flexible. So I want my members to be ready by 3 o'clock. is that reasonable, members? By 3 o'clock, you should be ready. And you can see that the statement of today is not taking us 2 days. So even the time that the chair will allocate will not be 1 hour, 20 minutes. The chair will think about it, but will reasonably allocate time that will allow members to engage with the witness. Thank you so much. Let's break and come back at 14 hours.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
prior commitment. So we are going to proceed. And I had earlier made an indication that Honorable Malema was going to join us later. He's no longer able to join us due to other commitments that he could not be able to reschedule. So we are going to proceed and allow you, SC, to conclude. Welcome back, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chair.
We will allow you and the SC to conclude your evidence. Over to you, SC. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, Honourable Deputy Minister.
Afternoon.
Maybe it's easier to answer the questions on a full stomach.
If it was my wish, I would have requested that us to conclude then, because I thought you intended to conclude at that moment. But with the wisdom of the chair said I must go and eat something so that I can concentrate proper. Probably I'll be better off now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Minister, Deputy Minister, I just want to test your, well, I labeled it as such, but it seems to me you say that there isn't much, or if anything, wrong with the South African police services, because there's a few bad people. And does that mean that if and when these bad people, so-called, are identified and we get rid of them, as it were, by following whatever procedures have to be followed, then everything will be hunky-dory, and the police service will operate as it should.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I will be incorrect to say that if you remove 2 or 3 people that are problematic, you will then have a perfect system. Why I'm saying that the subs broadly, it's okay, is because you are talking of over 100,000 men and women who are in uniform. And those that are rogue or work with criminal elements do not represent a greater proportion of the police. You remove these rogue elements, you will have a police service that will be able to operate without people who are managed somewhere. But that does not suggest that the environment in which we work, you will not have people who get captured or who get influenced to work with criminal cartels. Criminals themselves, by nature of how they work, they will always want to tap into an institution that is meant to deal with them. They will want to outsmart the system. They will want to make sure that police don't get them. And the only way to do so is to also devise strategies or tactics to get to understand what is happening within policing. So the context within which we are fighting crime makes it impossible to have 100% insulated institution. We will have elements from time to time in it. So if this process assists us to clean the wrong elements, it doesn't necessarily mean 20 years, 30 years down the line, you will not find ourselves seated in a situation where we are confronted with elements who are working with criminals to undermine the institution. they will be there. But I believe if we deal with this, we will be able to do policing in the country.
Now, perhaps you're talking about at least two different things. The one that has emerged in this case is the infiltration, or certainly if Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi has his way, the infiltration into the whole criminal justice system of drug cartels and high-end individuals, high-end because of the proceeds of crime, and the infiltration at the highest level. And fingers have been pointed at certain individuals in this hearing at the Mathale Commission. So there's that, which we can discuss briefly. The other one is, you would agree, crime levels in our country is unacceptably high.
Yes.
And that would be, the causes of that would be incompetence, incapacity, a lack of funding, gaps within the police. I mean, I didn't particularly listen, but if you listen to the ballistics evidence at the Mathale Commission yesterday, it's in the ballistics, which is so critically important because we have so much illegal firearms around. So it's very important to identify the right bullet and all that. But because we're underfunded, we don't have enough people to work in that particular area. And of course the criminals know this.
Yeah.
And it's even worse when they have people on the inside who tell them this or who work with them. But so in this inquiry, and this is to test your I don't know if it's a theory or if it's just your sense that it's some bad people. They're people highly placed, and according to the evidence, I rely on the evidence that if you join the dots, this directive on 31 December comes at this, apart from it being 31 December, which is, you would agree, a highly unusual day or date to issue a directive of such importance. You're nodding your head, you agree?
I fully agree that the 31st, it's a...
So you do that, and then there appears to be, yes, according to you anyway, the minister chatted to you and deputy minister and so on, but the people involved in the PKTT, they're not consulted. Those are the facts, objectively. The minister relies on a number of reasons why or what informed the directive, including a letter written to him. I'm sure you heard of the Mary de Haas letter. You heard of Patricia Mathale, who was referred to the Inspector General. But I put it only subsequently, but the Inspector General actually said that, look, it's highly unreliable. 70-80% of it hasn't been proven. But he relies on things like that. And there's other reasons. So, and then you have the disestablishment of the PKTT, a unit that you have rightly conceded was highly effective, and you can't think why it would be disbanded. But if you link the work that the PKTT does, because now its sort of role has also been expanded to Fort Hare, and it's now also assisting the Gauteng murder and robbery in relation to their dealings with a crime syndicate and a drug syndicate there, and the arrest on the 6th of December, which Kumalo says, when Mkhwanazi said that switched the lights on for them. Then you hear the evidence that Mathale said to the minister, allegedly, that Sabia was going to draft an affidavit which would implicate, to former Minister Cele. He's going to draft an affidavit implicating Khumalo in the theft of a stolen Rolex. So former Minister Cele must speak to Khumalo about this. Now, if all this is true, this you would agree, this points to a much more serious problem. And then fast forward into 2025, what appears to be the refusal of the minister to accede to a request by Lieutenant General Nkonazi to discuss the political killings task team with him, his apparent irritation, if not anger. I think you called it, what did you call it? He didn't appear to be satisfied.
I said he expressed his dissatisfaction.
Dissatisfaction. So the evidence from General Masemola, even he, further on into 2025, he says if you join the dots, then all this looks very suspicious. So I'm hoping to that was a fair narrative or fair summary of what we've heard thus far. Now, given that summary, isn't this more than what you're telling us? Because you're also here to help us deal, because you address the challenges, but it seems to me pointless you addressing the challenges when you say, actually, the challenges is just get rid of 4 or 5 people and everything will be hunky-dory. And that's not what you're saying.
No.
Then you must tell us a bit more.
No, I said, SC, that the institution SAPS is intact. Yes, you have elements who do what they are not supposed to do. You remove these elements, will SAPS operate? I say it is operating now. It will operate better. But this does not mean that you won't have elements that do things that they are not supposed to do. Because if I say that, and 6 months down the line or 12 months down the line, something comes out that somebody is engaged in activities that they are not supposed to engage in, and then I will be asked, but you said it will never happen. So I can't sit here and say something like that. This is a big institution, as I said, over 100,000 men and women that are functional. You have a minority that is doing what it's not supposed to do. We have these hearings now involving the minister, the national commissioner, the provincial commissioner of KZN as the main person. But the institution is functioning effectively despite this. This is an indication that the body is well. It's just that the body is not 100% well. Because if it was 100% well, we wouldn't be here.
Oh, well. I thought you said white. No, well.
No, well. Well, yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah, so we that's what I'm saying, Senior Counsel. A perfect society or a perfect institution we wish to have, we will always have elements in it that are doing things they are not supposed to do. And I agree with your assertion around the resources that
subs that have affected subs. For instance, the number of police officers that we have today is less than what we had in 2010. So over the years, people have been leaving because of old age, others resigning because there are other things they are pursuing. But we're not replenishing every year. It's in the past 3 years that the president intervened and we were able to recruit 10,000 personnel every year to join SAPS, which gave us 30,000 over 3 years. It has never happened in the history of South Africa to train 10,000 police officers at a go. And our institution could not carry these 10,000 at the same time. We had to talk to the army to provide barracks for us to train some of our officers. It was an intervention to try and build the personnel, because we have instances where in a shift you find 1 or 2 police officers working because of the shortage. So yeah, the issue of resources has been a problem, but there have been an intervention that assisted us to do, and I hope that the president will intervene again so that maybe in the next 3 years or 4, we can train another 10,000, which will assist us to stabilize the institution in terms of personnel. Of course, the resources, machinery, vans, and police stations, there is also a serious shortcoming in that regard, which we discussed and agreed that we must be innovative and think outside the box if we are to effectively deal with these shortages of building police stations, acquiring vehicles, and other equipments that are necessary for our operations.
Now, if you hear, like we've heard in this hearing, that highly placed ministers and former ministers share the telephone numbers and WhatsApp messages with well-known, notorious criminals or alleged criminals involved in high crime, would you do something like that? Have you got any numbers of gangsters or people involved in crime at a high level? Do you share numbers with them?
I don't.
You don't, because you don't think it's prudent and it's the right thing to do?
I'm deployed here to be part of the team that fight crime. And at a political level, I must conduct myself in such a manner that I lend credence to that mandate that I have been given. So I will not knowingly have communication and correspondences with people who are engaged in criminal activities.
Because one of the things that it's a very important aspect that this honorable committee must look at is how do we restore trust and confidence in the South African police services?
Trust and confidence is earned by the actions that we engage in. If we interact with the South African population in such a manner that we don't earn their trust, we will not get that. I have said on several occasions when I interact with the leadership of the police and with communities that we must earn our trust. When we go to a community and we engage with the community must be able to say, we are happy with the conduct of police officials in our local station, in the district, in the province, and national. And until they say so, we must know that we have not reached that objective, but it is doable because there are police officers, both at a station level and even at a provincial or district or national level, who have earned the respect of our people by their conduct. And people come to have confidence in them. But if we engage in such a manner that people don't feel and trust what we say, it will be a steep hill. But it's doable because I've seen it practically, where we have intervened, for instance, at a locality, removed a station commander, put a new station commander, that station commander establishing working relations with the community. And the community will say, we are happy with this station commander. Or they will say, when you go and have a community outreach program, they will say, when you live here, you must live with this station commander because he or she is not serving us to our satisfaction because of A, B, C, D.
But now the problem is worse than that. We're not talking about station commanders. The evidence here is that at the highest level of the police, crime detection, support services, policing, the Hawks, crime detection, crime intelligence, this is what's all emerged here. Yes, it does impact and affect the police, the members down there, because they take instructions from these high-level people. But if you have a minister or a former minister with the phone numbers, and not only phone numbers, but exchanging messages, or even worse, meeting with these people, what message does that send?
Of course, it doesn't send a good message, SC. The reason why the leadership of this institution have taken a decision to establish this ad hoc committee, and the leadership of the country have taken a decision to put a commission that are respectively led by Honorable Khanyani and Judge Matanga, is to precisely to get to the bottom of the issues that we are discussing, with the view that the day you rise out of this, and the day the Matlanga Commission rises, there must be action and consequences against anybody who has acted in the manner that undermines the rule of law and the integrity of the South African Police Service, the judiciary, and any other person who have abated these activities to happen. There must be consequences.
But
And if
Deputy
there are no
Minister-
consequences out of these two processes, we mustn't expect our people to respect and trust what we say we are going to do. There must be consequences after this.
But the way we get to the bottom of this is through asking people like yourself
Yeah.
in positions of authority, of importance, that we look up to as citizens to keep us safe. For you to come here and to testify and tell us exactly what is happening there. In that way, we unravel whether or not anything has gone wrong, and if so, how to go about fixing it. But we can, I'm still on this point of mine, that
Thank you.
you can't simply say it's 3 or 4 or 5 people who are bad. We need more than that. I obviously can't ask you to make up stories, but you've been a deputy minister for 4 or 5 years. We can surely say you're in the know. You know what's happening.
Sure.
So tell us what's happening.
I have a chair through you, SC.
explained what happened or what is happening. The details of criminality that is alleged to have been taken, you need to have the capability and the capacity to do that. And I think we have men and women with that ability. And I think in the Madlanga Commission, for instance, there are people who have been able to explain and unravel the communications that have been there, who said what to who, and what happened. And it is because of that capability that exists that we were able to put the dot. And we are here because of precisely that capability that is there within the police, because earlier on it was said that there were discussions that appeared to be innocent discussions, and in the course of our capability doing work, certain information emerged that then linked certain activities to what is happening in the country. So it is that capability that have been able to see, no, there is a problem here, what's happening? And that capability that enabled further investigations that then revealed more than what meet the eye. And of course, myself seated here before you, I preside over that capability, but I don't possess that capability myself. That's why within the institution, you have got your detectives, you have got your crime intelligence, who will be able to further probe and get to the bottom of things. So it is through that the issues we are discussing have been unearthed. I think on my part, I did what is necessary for me to come and explain what one has observed over the time, and I did that to the best of my ability without concealing anything from what had transpired.
Well, it seems to me that perhaps we should also, or Parliament should also look at the role that deputy ministers play or might play in the future.
Yeah,
Because either you're not telling us everything, or you don't know everything because it wasn't shared with you, or it's been hidden from you, which would be concerning for someone in the position that you're in. And perhaps if we look at going into the future, a deputy minister that you share with your other colleague, Deputy Minister Boshielo, should be more clearly defined, so that you can also act as some kind of so that there's some accountability on the part of a minister also, not to simply do his own thing. Because you would accept that the directive of 31 December was the minister doing his own thing. You can't say what went on in his mind.
you want a comment?
I want a comment.
Okay,
He
thank
didn't
you.
act in concert with you or your other deputy. He didn't consult.
Yeah. The existence of deputy ministers is a constitutional matter that within the constitution, the president can appoint deputy ministers to, in this case, the police.
But their roles are not defined.
The roles are not defined, but they must be defined by the minister as to delegate to the deputy minister. And the reason why that has not been done is because the minister was in a process of familiarizing and understanding the complexities within SAPS, And once he is clear on who must do what, he was going to do the delegation, because the president has instructed that ministers must delegate to deputy ministers and sign off and agree that these are the responsibilities of the deputy minister, and the deputy minister will be made accountable for this responsibility that he or she has been assigned with. And it is these responsibilities that the deputy ministers must be held accountable by Parliament, because Parliament have oversight over the executive, the minister and the deputy ministers. And in instances where a specific responsibility has not been assigned to you, you will then be accountable to specific responsibilities that are delegated to you from time to time.
But Deputy Minister, some with a suspicious mind, like me, because that's what I do for a living, would also consider the delay by the minister in defining those responsibilities, or rather delegating those responsibilities for you for now over a year, could also have something to do with the fact that the directive has now been issued.
I don't think, Senior Counsel, we could say that. The directive and the delegation of responsibilities are two different things. And the minister did not delegate because he wanted to issue directives before. I don't think he ever thought that way. It's just that for now you will say it's water under the bridge because the directive have been issued and the delegation has not yet been done.
Well, if
Senior Counsel, may we please take
sorry,
Honorable Ngola?
No, Chair, I think the last response covered my follow-up question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You may proceed, Essie.
as a new minister that has now taken more than a year to familiarize himself with how SEPS operates and works, which seems to be your rationale why the minister hasn't yet allocated those roles, because he's still getting to grips what's happening within the police. Is that right?
I don't have another explanation for that. I think that's what I assume is the reason why by now that has not been done.
Again, for those with a suspicious mind might say, well, he got to grips very quickly with why he should get rid of the political killing stars team and not the child trafficking team, the drugs team, you know, all those task teams, those specialist task teams, the mining team, all doing very, very important work. Mm-hmm. But this particular task team has been singled out.
Well, you can think that way. I can't explain why this one and not that one. I think the minister will be in a position to better explain that particular question.
Do you think we should ask him for what is the order or leave it?
Maybe just briefly, because we are sitting without answers.
Okay. Deputy Minister, just then, lastly, your comment that it's highly troubling, extremely troubling, that you have, you know, one of the deputy national commissioners openly dissenting with the National Commissioner, with, I think, our most senior. I think he actually maintains that he's the most senior of all the high-ranking officer, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. You know, he's got his own opinions. So there's a clash with the National Commissioner. There's a clash with Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, who acted as National Commissioner, as you know, in 2011, 2012. Openly having differences with them. And Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, highly decorated, just about everybody who sat where you're sitting have praised him for the work that he has done. And then you have Sabia differing with them and with Khumalo. It's not a healthy state of affairs.
Yeah.
And you're here to also offer some help and some assistance on how do we remedy this situation. We know we're living in a democratic country with labor laws and with a constitution, and it's not a simple matter of just getting rid of people. But in the meantime, all of us sitting here, people watching, people out there, they rely on the police to keep them safe. So we need answers. If it's unfair, you can think about them and write them down and send them to us. And your counsel are here to listen to this. But if you want a brief closing comment or statement, feel free to do so.
Well, closing comment, yes, but I'm not sure whether you are, because you are saying that the National Commissioner, if I heard you well, General Mkhwanazi and General Sibia differing. What's my opinion is that, did I hear you correctly?
Yeah, I think it manifests a bigger, much bigger problem, a deeper problem, a systemic problem, and we need. You've been in this environment for many years, and that's why we've called you to come and maybe give us some help.
Let's see, the differences of the two officers, the three officers in here, I didn't have a full grasp of what could be the problem between them until when this thing come out and they stand here and say this one is involved with cartels and all those things. I was not aware that General Sibia relate with cartels. I saw him as a DNC doing his work, and Mkhwanazi doing his work in KZN, and Masemula being the National Commissioner. Of course, that there are differences of opinion that did emerge, and I did know that the minister met with the National Commissioner and the DNC and the PC, General Mkhwanazi, to try and assist them to get along, which I believe didn't yield the necessary result, even though they publicly say they work together, all of them. It's an unfortunate thing to can happen. But in an institution as big as SAPS, the leadership must learn how to create a team. Teams don't create themselves. The leadership prevail over individuals that you work with, and you create a team out of that. And it's clear that
That did not happen. So it means that moving forward from here, there will be a need to assist the leadership of SAPS to be able to create a team around them. Because without creating a team in SAPS, we will not be able to succeed in our fight against crime.
Now, whose responsibility is that?
It's the responsibility of the leadership, both the minister and the national commissioner. These are the people who are responsible to ensuring that a team gets established in an environment where there is no team. Because we don't need to agree, we don't need to be friends to be part of the family of SAPS. We must work together because our objective is to fight crime, and we must be able to assist one another to do that. But if the executive authority and the accounting officer can't create that team, then we will fail.
Then you become like Kaiser Chiefs. My team.
I didn't say that, Senior Cassel, but we'll fail. There is no team that win championships if they don't play as a team. You are a team, you are a goalkeeper, you are part of the back line, you are part of the middle field, you are part of the striker. You can't be a striker without a middle field, you can't be a defender without a goalkeeper. You must become a team. And working as a team means working as a team, not a by the way arrangement or as and when you feel like. Thank
But
you.
there seems to have been a failure in this case that's given rise to this inquiry.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yes, I agree with you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, Honourable Deputy Minister. And thank you very much, Honourable Chair, members. That concludes our questioning.
Thank you. Thank you so much, SC. Thank you so much, Advocate Mohaitz. I can see that you are a very good deputy. And like I've always emphasized, it's an inspiration for many women of this country when they see that Chief Whip, who are swinging the pendulum for things to happen for women of this country. We want to thank you so much. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. I have said that we were going to start at 3. Full members today, I see Honorable Mathale is enjoying that status. 30 minutes today. And 30 minutes per full member. And then alternates 10 minutes.
Chair, 30 minutes, does it consist of questions and answers?
Yeah, that is what is happening. 30 minutes, full member, 10 minutes, alternates. So if I take a set of 2 members, I take Honorable Ngola and Honorable Sokanyile, your time is 40 minutes. Oh yeah. So it means your time is 1 hour. I wanted us to start at 3. Do we start at 3 or do you want to start now? Honorable James, may I start with you? If you start now, you have a chance to finish at 3. It means you will have 15 minutes. You are not ready. Yeah? Are you ready, Honorable Ngola, Honorable Sokanyile? Yeah, so it's now 14:45 until 15:55. I mean 15:45. Yeah, your time starts now.
Even earlier than that, Chairperson. Greetings. Let me observe the protocol that was observed by you, Chairperson. Going straight to you, Deputy Minister. Having an interest on the meeting, the Portfolio Committee meeting of the 5th of March. I know when we were interacting with the senior counsel, you said some of the issues that were discussed on that day, some of them maybe you don't remember them, but I've got this question. The chairperson of the Portfolio Committee is here on the ad hoc. I just want to check, because the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, in his questioning, he mentioned that SAPS was not clear and direct to what were the real issues regarding the disbandment of the PKTT and the implications that followed. So do you believe the presentation that was made by yourselves to that Portfolio Committee meeting, they were clear, especially with regard to the disbandment of the PKTT? That's the question.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. The presentation that was done on the 5th was a presentation that was briefing the committee on the matters relating to division crime intelligence, the challenges, issues of instability within the division, issues of misinformation and fake news, unproven allegations, and progress on disciplinary cases against senior officers, on progress on the funding and expenditure of crime intelligence, budget arrangements, and the allocation thereof, and the cost drivers, and additional support that is necessary in the space, recruitment, vacancies, filling of vacancies, and human resource capacity posts. Those were the issues that we're briefing the committee on. And this was generally about the work there, which also included the political killings task team. That was the briefing.
Okay, thank you. So nothing was said, even by the minister himself, to say that I intend, nothing raised like that in that Portfolio Committee. I take it like that because even yourself, you didn't raise it in your statement. Then, with reference to paragraph 54, it reflects on the discussions that you held with regard to General Kumalo being the head of the crime intelligence as well as the head of the PKTT, whereby you had held discussions and you were not happy because you also needed to restructure and strengthen the crime intelligence, and yet its head had many roles he played. For instance, it reflected on paragraph 54 and paragraph 55, whereby you held discussion to say that you are removing him on his role be heading the PKTT so that he must focus on the crime intelligence. But you are not removing the crime intelligence part or role that can be played by another person, not being the same person, General Kumalo, heading it. So that's in paragraph 55. Then I just want to check, did this discussion that ensued include the decision to disband the PKTT?
Yeah, so when we're briefing the portfolio committee, we briefed the portfolio committee on where we come from with the political killings task team and where we are going with the task team, given the decision and the directive that was written there. And in the submission, we said that it will be a transitional process. That is what the presentation was saying. And the issue of General Kumalo being allowed to focus on crime intelligence away from the PKTT, it was in the midst of that discussion. I've included it in my submission because I did raise it in the meeting when we were discussing, not before the committee. That yeah, it makes sense. I think if we want to strengthen crime intelligence, I think let's allow General Kumalo to focus on this task, because the success in our ability to strengthen crime intelligence will then have spin-offs on policing, on crime fighting, on a number of things that we will be doing as an institution, and will then get another general to lead that. Because when Kumalo was appointed head of the PKTT, he was a major general. And I think if you still maintain that level of deployment, it will still serve the purpose of what the team was doing. And I think the National Commissioner, in his presentation, he did indicate that he is talking of a phased approach in this regard. And this is the presentation that we made to the committee, that we believe the manner of handling this, if we can have a phased-in approach, it will assist a great deal.
Okay. Then with reference to paragraph 57, in those discussions that you held prior the directive of the 31st December, in that directive, it includes the decision to halt the filling of vacancies within SAPS. Then, were they discussed? Did you discuss also the minister? Did he discuss the halting of or filling of vacancies in those discussions you held? Because it was also included in that directive.
Well, I can't recall that in particular, but I know that
Not particularly in the portfolio committee, in your meetings that you held before the directive that was issued.
yes, I'm saying the directive that says you must freeze the appointments. When we were discussing the PTT, I don't recall that discussion. But the other directive which we have not spoken to of the ports of entries, we have had a presentation on that one at the college.
Okay. In your understanding and being there in the Department of Subs, who has the authority to decide on the decision with regard to issues of employment in subs? Who has that?
Well,
Having the minister and the national commissioner.
we do play a role in this regard. For instance, when a national commissioner get appointed, a panel was set in, and the Minister of Police was in that panel. Of course, once that has been done,
That the senior positions not.
yes,
Then the lower position,
those ones will just be briefed that this has been so and so is acting. Is appointed for this position. I don't remember participating in the panel that decided who becomes the deputy national commissioner, for instance. We're just briefed that so and so is appointed national commissioner. Not acting deputy national commissioner, or so and so is appointed divisional commissioner. We get briefed. We have never participated in those.
then looking at the directive, because that directive didn't talk about disbandment of the PKTT only. It also talked about halting in filling of vacancies within subs. And if we are going to look at that, and it is the letter written by, it's a directive, in fact, from the minister, can you say that it was correct? Because, for instance, before you came here to that table where you are sitting, former Minister Cele was here, said it doesn't have to do anything of employment.
He was correct, yeah,
He was correct.
when he said that. Yeah.
Then when you are having a directive of saying that don't fill up the post, it means that there was an interference.
Well, the minister
In the work of the National Commissioner.
The minister can communicate that I need to discuss with you these issues that I have picked up, which I think need to be looked at by yourself around this. But once you say don't do it in the manner in which that note was crafted, that becomes a problem.
So the minister cannot take that decision on his own.
Yeah.
He must wait for the National Commissioner.
Not necessarily to wait for the national commissioner. There must be an engagement between the minister and the national commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Then Deputy Minister, you don't know, in paragraph 57, you also say that you don't know what informed the minister's decision to issue that directive of December, 31st December 2024. Did the minister ever, when maybe he was briefing you with other issues or anything, did he ever raise concerns about the PKTT or the complaints he received about its irregular constitution?
I can't say the PKTT was irregularly constituted because it was not.
Before the directive it was issued.
Before and after, the PKTT even now is not irregularly constituted. It was constituted in a proper manner. When I say I, however, do not know what informed the minister's decision to issue the directives in December. I don't know what was going through his mind when he wrote that letter. Of course, in his explanation, he says he was seated at home and he wrote that directive.
Why I'm raising this? It is because the minister had concern of the PKTT that was established for a long time, and its mandate was being renewed, and it was incurring budgetary constraint at some point because of its extension. So he regarded that as an irregular expenditure. Then, based on your experience and understanding, would you agree with such a proposition that says, indeed, if you are extending the task team time and again, it becomes, or it incurred an irregular expenditure?
No, the political killings tax team never incurred irregular expenditure that I know of. If it did, I'm not aware of such a thing. There was no time frame that the PKTT is going to exist from January to December. It was established to deal with a specific problem, and for as long as the problem it has not been completely resolved, that is the cases that came out of it, you can't do away with that task. And for you to then to effectively deal with that, that's why we spoke of a phased-in approach, wherein you create the capacity to deal with that. Mind you, in I think October, November, somewhere there, we were engaged in the organizational structure of SAPS, where we made proposals that ended up being accepted by management and ultimately by labor, and signed off by the National Commissioner after the SSSB forum, where negotiations between SAPS and organized labor take place on changes that gets effected with regard to the organizational structure of the South African police. So that signing off then created a platform wherein we need to capacitate appropriately our murder and robbery unit that will be able to take over all murder-related cases in the Republic. And the
PKTT was the work that it was doing ultimately was going to be infused into that institution. But because you have just approved it and you are going to deal with capacitating that institution, until you finish that process, there will be coexistence of two. Your PKTT will continue to exist, and as you phase it into the murder and robbery unit, it will be a process that will happen over time. It might take you six months, it might take you 12 months. It will depend on how fast that process unfolds. And between now and that time that it gets integrated, it will obviously incur expenses, but those expenses will not become irregular. They are within the law, and if the Auditor General then come to establish that no, this thing is irregular, he will do so and express an opinion. But I don't think the accounting officer will allow a situation where finances of the institutions are spent irregularly. That's why I'm saying there's no expenditure which was irregular that was incurred by the PKTT.
But there were increasing costs that were there in financing their operations, that is the PKTT. In fact, if there were, did you ever discuss that in your meetings that you held prior to the directive?
Well, any task team that you form, it will increase your expenses because you are creating something that is not there. And you are going to take personnel from other provinces to go and work. In this case, you are taking people from other parts of the country to go and work in KZN. They don't stay there. So when they arrive there, you must deal with their needs, both accommodation and transfer costs and all those things, a cost that you didn't have before you took that decision. So it's logical that your expenses will increase in this regard. But I don't think that should be what guides us. What guides us is the problem at hand that we want to deal with. And if we are going to incur cost in dealing with that problem, so be it. And I think that's what happened. I'm not saying we don't care about the expenses of the state. We care a lot. And we want to use them sparingly. But where circumstances pushes us, like in this case, where you had an outcry, you had a commission set up to look at the matters that were taking place in KZN, we had to finance a response to that phenomena. And that's why we ended up having these expenses that we incurred.
Okay. You mentioned that consultation would have been good as a matter of courtesy. You were not consulted whatsoever. Given your comment on courtesy, how would you categorize the minister's directive? Would you say that the minister acted in good faith? I know when you were interacting with the senior counsel, you said that it was problematic where the minister, you don't know what went on in the mind of the minister to issue such a directive. And now I want, how would you categorize the minister's directive given on the 31st December?
Well, the 31st December is the 31st December, Honorable. It's New Year's Eve. Well, personally, that day I observe the end of the year and the beginning of the new year. How do I categorize that? It's unusual. I think that's why I say it's very difficult to comprehend what was going through his mind as he was penning out that letter.
Is there any other directive that the minister had ever given to the department apart from this one of the PKTT that had an immediate flavor in it?
Not to my knowledge, but there have been interaction between the minister and the national commissioner. Some of the interactions did not include us, and they were able to communicate, and things got done. It might be in other instances it delayed here and there, but they ended up being done. This, I think, is the only communique that I know of that came and brought us here.
You mentioned that the interface between the executive oversight and the operational autonomy is constitutionally delicate. Can you expand, highlighting the delicacy of the interaction, and where do we draw the line?
Yeah, the executive authority is the political head of the institution, and the accounting officer is the administrative head of the institution. The two have authority or power. Let me say the two have power. But in the exercise of their power, they must take into consideration each other's existence and interface in such a manner that they complement each other's work. I know it's a very difficult environment within government, both national, provincial, and local, our municipalities, where the interface tend to be sometimes a bit difficult for the incumbent to manage. But in the main, the relationship between the two is dialectical in the sense that the political authority, the executive authority, needs the accounting officer and vice versa. They must complement each other. If they work together well, you won't be here. But if there's a misstep on the two, you will come here quite often.
And consult each other.
Absolutely.
Lastly, Deputy Minister, in paragraph 17, you are saying that the current minister he didn't give you any delegated responsibility, both of you as deputy ministers. You are there in the office, and you are saying that you have said the minister is still familiarizing himself with the office. Can you say that the minister didn't familiarize himself with the issues of PKTT because an immediate directive was given? But now you are still waiting patiently.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, we don't have delegated powers signed off that this is what you do, this is what you are doing. But we had work to do, and we were not like sitting in the office not knowing what to do. I have a program that says this is what we are going to do, and today I have a program that says I'm here. In fact, since yesterday and today and tomorrow, if the committee will still require me to be here. If not, we will work out a program of what to do tomorrow when we rise from here. Yes, I don't have any other better explanation, really, that the minister did not give us delegated authority up to now, except that that which I said, that I believe he was still familiarizing himself. But I think from where we are now, from the beginning up to now, I think he's ready to do that. Because, you know, even by the time the directive came out, I think we were almost at the tail end, even though the organogram was not yet signed off. As I said, I think it was signed off around May of subs. But I think it will be fair for me to sit here, Chair, and say that the minister is ready. If he knows it happens that this process is concluded tomorrow and they say everybody go to work, we should be able to have delegations. Yeah.
Okay. You know what, Minister? I'm just finishing.
You
You
show,
know what, Minister?
Honorable Sokanyile, you show respect to others by respecting time allocated to you. That's how
No,
you
no,
show
I
respect.
always
That's
respect
how you show respect to others.
No, it's just a comment to assure the Deputy Minister that this ad hoc committee will issue a directive with immediate effect that these deputy ministers are delegated their responsibilities. It will be this ad hoc committee. Thank you, Chairperson.
Pass the microphone.
Thank you, Chair. May I proceed? DM, how do you work without delegated powers? You wake up in the morning, you go to the office and do what? DM, did you get my question?
Oh, okay. I thought
You
you.
wake up in the morning, you bath, you wear a very nice suit, arrive there in the department, and do what?
Well, as
Can you get close to the mic?
okay. No, thanks, Honorable. You are right. It will appear like we don't have anything to do, but we do, because the department that we are dealing with is vast, and you need to have your pulse on what is happening with the entities that are there. We have to ensure that the ministry is functional, the department is working, coordination is done. The interaction that we were having of the things that needs to be done gets done. That's why you have policing taking place in the country. The fact that we are not delegated specific responsibilities, it doesn't mean that we don't have things to do. We do.
Does it usually take this long?
Of course, but there is a difference between the 6th and the 7th administration. In the 6th administration, I came in within a short space of time I got my delegated responsibilities, which is attached there. And the reason why it was so quick is because I was working with another police officer in the form of General Kele. And fast forward to now, the minister comes from a different environment. And this ministry, Honorable, it's complex. You can't just say you are responsible for this, you are responsible for that, without having that deeper understanding yourself. And I think it was necessary for the minister to go through the processes that he has gone through. And as I said earlier, that if this process is concluded tomorrow, I think, and the minister is coming back into office tomorrow, he will be able to allocate us responsibilities because he fully understands SAPS and its operation now as we speak. In fact, he's wiser. He's much, much wiser. Thank you.
Okay, you arrive at SAPS in 2019.
Yeah.
General Spear testified under oath before this ad hoc committee and said, everyone in the SAPS knows Ket Mathale because he's popular within the organization for the work he's doing in the SAPS. How well do you know Mr. Mathale?
I think, I don't want to say it was, you can't say everyone.
Can you get close to
You
your mic?
can't say, why is it that it looks like I'm far from the mic when you speak, Honorable? You can't say everybody knows him because that might not be factual. But you can say there are some people who know him in SAPS. That will be accurate because indeed it's some. Personally, I don't know him. I don't know him. I only came to know him when these issues started to hit the wall and it was in the public space. But I didn't get the opportunity to meet with him.
Okay. Do you think it is in the best interest of the crime-fighting efforts to dissolve the political killings task team?
It's in the best interest of the crime-fighting effort. The political task team, it was not necessarily SAPS response to fighting crime. It was a SAPS response to fighting political killings that happened in KZN. And it did a very good job as a task team. But when you want to respond to fighting crime, the organizational structure that has been signed off by the National Commissioner, I think it helps us to have an instrument that we can effectively use to fight crime, because it has taken into consideration a number of factors into it. And the need to, for instance, when we separated visible policing into two, to have operational response as a division and to have policing as a division was part of that response. The way crime intelligence have been, the organizational structure have been structured now, it's a way that I can say we have positioned ourselves appropriately to fight crime with that. Crime intelligence, the way it is structured now, is not the same as the way it was structured, I think, 2018, which was signed off
we had a process which we started in the 6th administration of how crime intelligence must look like. And in that engagement, we also engage with the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence about the structure of crime intelligence. And we discussed, they made their input, and they said, yeah, I think now you are better structured, which now has been approved as a structure that will assist us. So the combination of properly structured crime intelligence and the detectives section, that is a better organized way to respond to the high rate of crime. But the task team did its work, and it did its work effectively. And task teams, at some point when the task is no longer at hand, they cease to exist, but there are no time frames.
It performed its tasks effectively.
Yeah.
So does that mean you don't agree with the sentiments that it is not adding any value in policing in South Africa?
Yeah, let me say yes.
Okay. We can pass that. The task team in itself is comprised as a multidisciplinary team.
Yeah.
It's comprised of various departments, which some do not even fall under SAPS.
Yeah.
Do you think it was a rational decision to want to dissolve without consulting the sister departments that are part of the team?
Yeah, look, any effective investigation that will lead to prosecution must always be prosecutorial guided, because prosecution plays a role in the fight against crime or dealing with criminality. So once you have got a prosecutorial-led process of investigation, in most cases, the outcome of that process is always good. Unlike an investigation that is not prosecutorial guided, you will go to and fro on a matter that you can go once to the prosecution and they say this is the right thing, let's do it. So it was a good thing to integrate them. Of course, when you say this team must fold, there is nothing wrong in you taking such a decision, but embarking on a process that takes everybody on board as you implement. You can't take a decision and implement, and when in the course of implementing, you then want to solicit an opinion. That might have shortcomings. So it's important that all the role players must be taken on board. By the way, they did not establish themselves, they were established. So as you disestablish, you must take them on board.
Okay. We have received numerous testimonies as the ad hoc committee, some with contradicting statements. Some reckon that the decision to dissolve the PKTT is a policy matter. Some reckon that it is purely an operational matter, which does not fall within the ambits of ministers' powers. So what's your take on that?
Look, a decision to say that we think the task team has done its work, but we believe we must strengthen this capability that must deal with everything that has to do with murder. There's nothing wrong with that decision. It, in fact, is the right decision to say we must deal with murder, irrespective of where it comes from, whether it affects a politician or it affects traditional leaders or ordinary people. We must deal with it. Therefore, let's strengthen our capacity to deal with that. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact,
it was a good decision to discuss along those lines, given the structure that we have adopted. The issue is the implementation of that decision. If you hear everybody involved, nobody says, no, this team must continue existing forever. There is general consensus that it must discontinue. The issues is how it must be done. The National Commissioner says it must be a phased-in approach, which is correct. It's a transition. You can't implement a decision to de-establish a task team of this nature without taking into consideration how do you deal with the things that it was engaged with without a transitionary phase. You can't. It can't work. That's why today, seated here, we are discussing here, and the team exists out there. And you look at the directives. It's just that we're discussing it. It's written here, but it's irrelevant. That directive, January has come and gone. We are now in October. We are discussing it because of the impact it has had on the issues that we're dealing with. So, yeah, it was not permanent, and at some point it had to fold. Even now, at some point it's going to fold, and the approach of management and everybody is that it will be phased out approach.
Okay. We also have received testimonies from Minister Mchunu, who testified that beyond 2022, the political killing system was not supposed to be in place. So, in a nutshell, meaning that since 2022, the PKTT was operating irregular. Former Minister Cassel said in March 2023, the Interministerial Committee actually extended the lifespan of the PKTT, which later in 2024, I think April, the PKTT also met with the president, and the president gave them a thumbs up and that they must continue. So if you're able to grasp what these events that I'm trying to, you'd say that there is contradiction between the two.
Look, like I said, earlier on, Honorable, there was a question to the effect that the PKTT have irregular expenditures. That can only arise if they operate in an illegal. Their existence is illegal. So anything they incur is illegal. And I am of the view that there is nothing illegal about the PKTT. And at no stage did it operate in an illegal environment. If it did, I am not aware of that.
Do you know a work study that has influenced the construction of a new organogram?
Yes.
When was the new organogram agreed and concluded?
It was signed off now, I think, May 2020, this year.
May 2025.
Yeah.
Meaning that it cannot have a retrospective effect to the PKTT because the directives predate the signing of the new organogram.
No, but the organogram has nothing to do with it was not designed to fit the PK. It was not designed in response to the PKTT. The two are mutually exclusive.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. I think I'm done for now.
Yeah, no, you deserve a standing ovation. Thank you so much. Yeah. That as you can whisper to Honorable Breitenbach and tell her that the chair says that as 8 seconds, 8 Sonderleg.
You have a very low bar.
Thank you so much. Are you ready? Let's check the time first. It's 15:35. And then it ends at it's 40 minutes. Yeah. Yes. So you have 25 minutes plus 15. It's quarter past 4. Yeah.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Chair. DM, let's start from where you left off with Honorable Ngola on the issue of a new study which gave birth to a new organogram that you say it was signed on the, in May 2025. In your statement on page 19, paragraph 58, you are saying there is a Brixton murder and robbery, which was established. Well, when was it established?
The Brixton.
Yeah, the Brixton.
No, in the olden days, the apartheid period, you had a murder and robbery unit, the Brixton murder and robbery unit, which it seems like it was doing a good job because I came to know about it in my village, where I come from in Zanin.
Okay.
Then and that is way back. So in the discussions about the organizational structure of SAPS, one raised this issue that, but you had things that were effectively working during the apartheid era.
Okay.
It's not everything that apartheid did which was wrong. There are things that they did which were helpful, which we can use in the new dispensation. It is in that context that we speak about that. And I think this then talks to the murder and robbery unit that is in the new in the organogram. I'm not saying that they were not working on this. I'm just saying it is there now in the organogram. Yeah.
Okay. Now, you are saying under the administration of the former Minister of Police, Minister Cassel, you were also responsible for IPIT.
Yeah.
And backlogs in court. Let's start with the first aspect, the IPIT. So what is the role of the Deputy Minister if he's responsible for IPIT?
No, it's the role that the minister play over IPT. They remain an independent police investigative directorate, but under the guidance of the minister.
So the classification process, do you know how it goes?
Classification of what?
Of information, documents by IPIT.
Yeah, they will. It's like any other department. You do work, and depending on the sensitivity of the issues that you are dealing with, as the person responsible for that act, you classify the information. There are processes and procedures that they follow to do that.
So is it correct to say it's classified by the either original owner or original author?
Yes, but the executive director is the custodian, is the accounting officer. Is the one that gives that stamp of approval.
So the minister does not get involved?
It's not his decision.
Okay. And then how would you describe your relationship with the former minister, Minister Cassel? Is there a dichotomy between the relationship that you had with him and the relationship that you have with the current minister, in terms of the working relationship?
Well, I had a good working relationship with both ministers. General Kele, I came to work with him now when I became deputy minister. And we haven't worked together before. Personality-wise, we are two different people, but we were able to find a way to work very well together. Ultimately, we worked very well. The current minister, I've known him before he became a minister when he was a provincial secretary of the ANC in KZN, and I was the provincial secretary in Limpopo, though he came at the tail end when the last term of my office as secretary, but I almost a year or so that I worked with him, and we came to interface, even though even in this case, when I was premier, he became premier, but I exited quicker. The space, but we maintained contact over the years. But to come and work together in an office, it started now. And of course, I looked forward to working with him, given the fact that I have worked with him before as secretary, and him being secretary of the province. I didn't foresee any difficulties. And we worked well from the beginning up till now. We still work well together. It's just this incident that happened, which has now brought us here. But otherwise, we work well and we relate very well.
Okay. So you said your functions are entailed in the performance plan, right?
My functions, as in 2018, 2019, I had delegated responsibilities signed off by the minister and myself.
Yes.
And this time around, we have not yet arrived at that. We were still working as and when tasks are assigned, yeah.
Okay. So your functions remain valid for as long as the administration is valid. So they elapse when you go to another administration.
No, yes. My delegated authority lapsed the day after the president was sworn in as the president of the republic.
Okay. So when the new minister comes in, he must formulate another performance plan for you. Then for how long, after how long should that task be done? Let me just ask it this way. In the previous administration, after how long was it done?
Well, it was done fairly quicker. And the reason being that I was dealing with a police officer, in the sense that General Kele was the national commissioner. And when I came in, he was a minister appointed in 2018 when President Ramaphosa became president in the 5th administration. So when the 6th administration came, General Kele was reappointed as Minister of Police. So you had somebody who was fairly conversant with his responsibilities. And that explains why it was quick. With Minister Mkunu, he had to understand the complexities of the institution. Mind you, here you are talking of a department with 4 departments basically 5 departments in one. Your police, your DPCI, your civilian secretariat for police, and IPID, and ultimately CIRA, and the entities like your DNA board, DPCI judge. Those are the instruments that belong to this one department. So it's not, you can't just walk in and suddenly know who must do what. You need to fully understand. When you delegate people what you understand yourself. Yeah.
So does it mean even the other DM, because we have 2 deputy
Yeah.
ministers, right?
Yeah.
Does not have functions that are delegated to him?
Yes, not yet.
So both of you?
Yeah.
Now, if you are to be honest with us or with South Africans, do we need deputy ministers? Do we need two deputy ministers in SAPS?
Absolutely.
Under the circumstances, because you are, I think you are, how many months have you been in office?
So
Have you spent
almost
in
a year.
office?
A year.
A year. You have spent 12 months in office
Yeah.
with no delegated functions, because that indirectly means that you add no value to the minister's work. If after 12 months he has not given any function to you through a performance agreement. So he is simply saying, you guys are not adding any value to my work. So there's no need for me to formulate any performance agreement or any performance plan that delegates functions to you. Because a performance plan is triggered by the practical need, by a practical need. They don't just take it from the atmosphere. When there is a need for you to do something, they write that need down and give you responsibilities to resolve those needs. Now, that has not happened for 12 months. Now, do 2 deputy ministers add any value under the current form?
Definitely they do, Honorable. It doesn't mean that delegations, because delegations have not done, therefore, the department can function without deputy ministers. It doesn't mean that. There is relevance to their creation. And as I said, that SAPS is not like other ministries. It's a huge department. A department that is complex in how it is structured. There you have 4 entities that are in themselves departments. And you need to preside over them. So yes, there is a need and a necessity. The delay, it's a delay that we have had, but that delay cannot explain why you can't have deputy ministers. It had nothing to do with that.
Yeah, no, I hear you, DM, but I disagree. A delay for 12 months, not just an ordinary delay, for 12 months without any task given to you.
No,
in
no.
terms of, I know that now it's issue-based,
Yeah.
but it's not in terms of the performance plan or in terms of the performance agreement. And that makes things to be difficult for you, because I know that, I know you as a politician. I know that you are an efficient person. So I'm sure that even the current circumstances, they are a frustration to you, because you end up sometimes not knowing what to do, because there's actually nothing that gives you a responsibility from a performance plan. And the delay is inexcusable. It was going to be excusable maybe if it was a delay of 1 month, 2 months, but you have spent 12 months in office without a performance agreement. And whereas you are 2, we're not talking about 1 deputy minister, 2 deputy ministers.
No, look, there is no way that the delays that we have experienced, you can say on the basis of that you don't need deputy ministers. You can't. I believe the nature of the organization you are dealing with necessitates the need for that. and you must deal with the delays. And I think, like I said earlier on, Honorable, that if the Minister Mkono, tomorrow we rise and we conclude and he must come to work on Thursday, I'm certain that delegations will be attended to. He's ready to do that.
So, DM, can a justification that says the reason why you were not consulted as deputy ministers is because there is no performance plan or agreement that was given to you. So actually a need to consult you did not arise because of that prevalent fact. Would you agree with that? Would that justification accord with logic?
I don't think it will be appropriate or correct to reach that conclusion on Honorable. You can't, on the basis of that letter, then conclude that that is the motivation why it was crafted the manner in which he did, because it's not. He himself have said before you that he was resting at home and he was thinking about the tasks at hand, and he decided to pen that letter, and nothing beyond that motivated him to do it the way he did. And I think he concedes as well that yes, he has written the letter, but also those who felt things should have been handled differently, they should have picked up a call. And I think one of the honorables here asked a question to say, while you expect a call, why didn't you call as well? Didn't you think it's wise for you to call? And I guess he considered that it's both ways. So it really had nothing to do with efficiency or non-efficiency of deputy ministers. It's a decision that was made, and I think with retrospect, it could have been made differently.
Okay. The minister, when he was here, he cited the Constitution as a source which gives him powers to do, which gave him powers to do what he did on the 31st of December. And he said the Constitution gives him a right to issue directives.
Yeah.
Now, my reaction to that is that there is a difference between a directive and an instruction. A directive must be given in terms of the constitutional order. If the Constitution gives me a right to open this bottle, and it gives you a right to give me a direction, it doesn't mean that you can open this bottle on my behalf. It means you can say to me, Nomvalo, I think you must open this bottle. And then a directive is limited to that extent. A directive can't mean that you can take a decision on my behalf. Now, if I characterize what the minister did, I characterize it as an instruction. An instruction which went beyond a constitutional order. In my view, an ideal scenario would be a situation where the minister calls the National Commissioner and say, National Commissioner, in my view, there is absolutely no need for this PKTT at this moment. It does not add any value anymore. It is wasteful expenditure. So in my view, the task team must be disbanded. So what the minister did, in my view, is that he did what was supposed to be done by the National Commissioner under the name of a directive. And that was a serious misunderstanding of his of his constitutional obligation on his part. Do you agree with me if I put that scenario?
Well, the letter was written in the manner in which it was crafted and sent to the National Commissioner. The interface that must happen between the executive authority and the counting officer, it's a dialectical interface between the two offices, as I tried to explain earlier on, that the executive authority need to interact with the accounting officer and vice versa. If the executive authority issues out a communique that the accounting officer feel is out of sync, there is a responsibility on the side of the accounting officer to say this is out of sync because of the following, and it can be done that way. And they should take it like that and proceed, because there is no other way that things can be done except that interface between the two. If you look at the earlier comment about a meeting that took, I think it's the meeting of the 5th, where the minister led a delegation to the portfolio committee. Effectively, the minister submitted to the portfolio committee that the PKTT is going to be dissolved, and is going to be, this process is going to be done in phases. There will be a transitional period. That is the presentation that served before the committee, presented by the minister. I'm saying presented by the minister because when we go and appear before the portfolio committee, we are led by the minister as the executive authority, and the national commissioner is the accounting officer. When we present through whoever is presenting, delegated by the minister and the national commissioner ultimately presenting, it is the minister presenting because it's his document, but it is presented through somebody who is in that space. But technically, it is the decision, it is the minister's decision to talk of that transitional approach. The national commissioner says, no, I agree to a phased-in approach. But the two of them appeared before a committee and presented an approach to how the PKTT process must be handled. So despite the fact that there is a directive that was issued, but they presented jointly to say this is how it's going to be done. And that was totally against what the directive was saying. I don't know whether I'm with...
Yeah, I'm following you at DM.
Yes.
So in conclusion, you agree with my statement or with my narrative that the decision does not fall within the ambits of a directive entailed in the Constitution. In fact, that was not a directive, but it's a decision that was taken on behalf of the National Commissioner, and he was simply instructed to implement it as is. Did you agree with that narrative?
No, but what was implemented is different to what is written in the letter. I'm saying the interface between the accounting officer and the executive authority is a dialectical relationship. It is not a one way that do this and what you say gets done the way you want it to be done. You say do this, and the administration come and do what you say they must do, but in a manner that it makes sense. That's why it became a phased-in approach as we presented.
I would say, I would slightly differ with you and say in the manner that is permissible.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. We're saying the same thing.
Yeah, in the manner that is allowed by the law or by the Constitution.
We're saying the same thing. I agree with you.
Yeah, in this case, because if you say in the manner that makes sense, that can be subjective.
Of course.
Because what makes sense to me might not make sense to you. But there is a constitution which gives guidance here on what a directive is and how the directive can be issued to the national commissioner. Now, there is a proposition that you are making, which I agree with, but I just want you to broaden it a little bit by giving more substance to it. That of making documents electronically, I mean dockets, because the conclusion that I've drawn from what you are saying is that the current system is vulnerable. Documents can be stolen, and the content therein can be altered, unfairly so. Now, before I go to the question that I want to ask, there is an issue of documents of dockets which were taken from KZN to Pretoria.
Yeah.
Are you aware of that?
I was not aware of that until I was notified that something like that happened.
Or when were you notified?
I think it was I don't know of the exact date, but I can get that. I received an SMS from General Sevilla that there are dockets that are being taken here to KZN, which were brought in here, and those dockets can't be touched because the commission, they must be given to the commission, something like that. That's when I realized there's something like this, which I raised the matter with the National Commissioner. And the National Commissioner said, no, he will make sure that nothing happens that jeopardizes the work of the commission.
Okay, so that was after the press briefing of the 6th?
No, yeah.
Okay, but before they were taken to Pretoria, you were not aware?
No.
And before the press briefing on the 6th of July, you were not aware?
No.
Okay. Now, you are saying because you were also responsible for the backlogs under the administration of Minister Cassel. You are saying this modernization that you are proposing can resolve all those challenges, including the issue of a backlog.
Yeah, yes, it can. Yes, it can, because the problems of the backlog were not necessarily a problem or a challenge of modernization. It was just inefficiencies in the administration of the laboratory, the things that they work with in the laboratory. For instance, the machines, they need to be maintained. There are contracts for chemicals that are used in the laboratories that were not in place. I mean, we visited the laboratory here in Cape Town with General Cassel. We found machines that had stickers of out of order, out of order, out of order, just because they were not collaborated. You know, when you don't take your car to service, it malfunctions. So the machines must be in working order for them to give you results that are appropriate. So we developed a project with Deputy Minister Jeffries from Justice, so that from the justice side, they must prioritize cases that are serving before the leadership for one reason or the other. That must be processed to make sure that when that time comes for those cases, we are ready to process them, because there were cases that were thrown out of court because we were not ready with the results. So it was that which we were dealing with. The modernization that one was talking to is with regard to your case dockets that are manual, files, and they get stolen either in the hands of police or they are stolen in court. They disappear. So once the docket is stolen, you can't reconstruct. It's difficult to reconstruct. But if it's electronic, it's safe. If it gets stolen, you just go and download the file and make it ready for use in court. Yes, modernization can assist in a variety of ways, including policing, body cam cameras, the problems of the challenge around stolen guns. We lose guns in the police. If they steal your gun, you can't trace it. So if you mark them, because technology exists for that, it can help us a great deal.
Okay. No, I think DM, you can make submissions. I take that submission as a valid one. You can also make submissions to the Department of Justice. I think there is a bill that they are currently busy with. But on top of what you are saying, don't you think that enrolling matters which are not ready in court also contributes to a backlog problem? For instance, enrolling a matter whose investigation is not complete, a matter that goes to court for the IO just to say we are still investigating an alternative address. And that matter has been enrolled in the midst of many matters which are being heard in court. Don't you think that also makes a huge undesirable contribution?
I fully agree with you.
Okay, lastly, the chair has made an indication that I'm running out of time. Lastly, if you were a minister at the time when the PKTT was dissolved, and you had a view that the PKTT should be dissolved, what mechanism or what process were you going to follow to ensure that everybody is satisfied and to ensure that you have done everything correctly, you have followed the correct process?
When you are a minister, you are part of a team. And you must always work with your team if you want to be victorious. It's teams that win championships. If you don't have a team, you won't win a championship. I believe that should be the approach in any environment. Without that, you won't win. It's like now, if the chair can provide leadership and chair this committee, you will not end what you are supposed to do. And I think he has been chairing the committee in a manner that there is progress. I don't know which date this is, but you have been sitting and there is progress. You need a team person in any environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm passing the baton to Honorable Shongwe.
Yes. Let him run his lap.
Thank you, Chair. Do you call 10 minutes a lap, Chair?
It's less than 10, Honorable Shong.
How many minutes, Chair? How many? No, when you ask, they don't take your time. I need to ask.
We have 6 minutes.
Wow, okay. Then I'll be very short. Dumela Tuna Muthosa.
Tobel.
La phela papa.
Siyaphila kunjani?
Awa siyaphila na. So siyakhuluma. Awa. Nekare ra bolela.
Ke a bolela.
Lo apa ka apa.
Le nna ke apa. Na bola.
Quick one. I'm worried and concerned. My colleague asked you here, Hori, the fact that it's been a year and you guys don't have a delegated work clear to you to do in fact. Doesn't it that worry you, Hori, we are wasting taxpayers' money somehow?
Look, I will be the happiest to have my responsibilities clearly defined. But I also appreciate where we are, where we come from. And we are not just sitting idle, waiting to be given responsibilities. We are working as a team. We do things. It's just unfortunate that we have, which brought us here, the crafting of a note, which if it was not done, we wouldn't be here. But generally speaking, we have been a team dealing with policing, and there have been progress registered by the team. And I think we were on the right track to dealing with criminality in the country. The way we have positioned ourselves, the way we have been able to look at the structure, the way we have been able to look at the personnel at our disposal, which can then augment the work that we do. For instance, folding the inspectorate. It's a major achievement for you to do something like that, and to also come to the determination with the structure that we have before us to say, yes, we are going to have visible policing, but at the same time, we are going to have operational response team that basically goes into an area and ensure that when they leave, the area is not the same as it was before. And the approach that have been adopted now, we have what we call Operation Shaniela Phase 2, which is slightly different to the way we have been dealing with Shaniela, which we launched then under Minister Kelly. So we were on the right track, the right focus, and something came and disrupted that thinking or that flow that was unfolding. But I believe that despite this, we still are on track, because this structure that is in place, there is no way that it will be shelved and not be implemented. It has been signed off by the National Commissioner. The unions are on board. Everybody is on course. And I believe we are ready to move with the implementation of that structure. So it's not like we were sitting and not doing anything. Work has been going on. Unfortunately, we took longer than we should have. We could have done better.
All right. Let me ask this: who appoints deputy ministers?
The President of the Republic.
So, when it comes to these two deputies, you don't have clear delegated responsibilities.
No, the President has delegated the ministers to deal with this matter, and the minister was working on it. It's unfortunate that this happened before it could be finalized. But like I said, if he come back tomorrow, he reports for duty, or Thursday, this will be one of the things that he disposes of from the table.
No, ke a leboga potšišo ya gago, but yaka e re ke phoso ya mang gore lena a lena yona a lena delegated responsibilities.
Ke arabile ke re President o delegate le minister to deal with these matters, and the minister is working on it.
So ke phoso ya mang?
No, it's the minister who is supposed to process the delegation, because he has been delegated to do so by the President.
Whose fault is it that you don't have responsibilities? Which minister?
No, not that I don't have responsibilities, that we have not signed off the delegated authority. We have not signed off. So as soon as the minister is ready for us to do that, we will be able to process that.
All right, ke a bona gore a re ithole answer mo karabo mo. I'm worried, Morena kana Donatus, Hore, under this president, we had one acting minister, one suspended minister, one deputy minister, and another deputy minister. That's 4. And another acting minister, 5. And all of them, they are coming in the space of this financial term. Does it maybe when you maybe katsela engore no man morena president I no bolela mo re ja tšhelete ya batho ka tsela e wrong because re dutse mo ke no nyaka mbereko mo ke no bereka ke etsa something gore o mpone gore ke busy le nna. Because what you are saying to me, you are saying you are working, you are doing something. It's like, look busy, Jesus is coming. So to me, it gives me that. Doesn't it worry your conscience, Hori? So much money has been spent on 5 positions that are not seriously helping South Africans. I'll be doing my last question after this. When the light is red, it's time for the last question. Once. Which party are you coming from, sir? Which party deployed you?
Ghana, is that part of your terms of reference?
No.
Because I want to bet so
it is political interference. That's what I want to know. It's political, part of political interference.
Look, I am a member of the African National Congress.
And your second deputy?
She's a member of the ANC as well.
But member of ANC as well?
Absolutely.
You may answer that question. Thank you, Chair. Remember, there's a question.
But why are you appointed as deputy minister, and then you have got an acting minister? You know, the minister is on leave because we have to deal with what we are dealing with now here. That's why you are part of the ad hoc committee that is presiding to deal with these facts so that you are able to advise Parliament, for Parliament to advise on how things can be done better, different from what brought us here. And because of that, you must have somebody responsible for policing, and an acting minister has been appointed in that regard. Thank you very much, Chair.
Sorry, Chair. I think that my question was not answered. Maybe you didn't hear my question. My question speaks to your conscience. For these 5 positions are chowing in the same pot at one time. What is your perception regarding that? And how do you feel about it, Ori? There's 2 deputy ministers, there's 2 acting ministers, there's 1 suspended minister. All of these people are still getting salaries, by the way, except for one Honorable Mantashe, if I may say. What's your take on that? What about the South Africans? What are you saying to them about that?
Look, it's not about my feelings that we are dealing with here. We are dealing with...
Can you come forward to the mic, sir, while you speak about...
I think, Chair, I don't think the member, the question that he's raising is relevant to what we're dealing with, and I've tried to answer him. He's not satisfied with my answer. I can't answer beyond this.
So you are satisfied with the answer that you have given?
Yeah.
Okay. Honorable members,
Chair.
We will come back
Sorry,
at
Chair.
At 4:30.
Point of order, Chair. If you say you're asking the honorable sitting there, Ori, is he satisfied with the answer? What is the answer? What was the answer? I didn't hear an answer, sir.
Yeah, what he says is that the answer that he has given to you, he stands by it.
Answer to which question, sir?
My understanding is that the question that you were asking was a follow-up, and that is why you were able to clarify it.
Chair, which party are you from? I feel there's a defense here, Chair. I feel that way, not disrespect intended, because the question I asked, Chair, if no mamet, if Ngarim fair answer when that he gave me, you can't give it to me unless Chair when you can just clarify to me. No, he answered this way in this
You
question.
asked him a question
Yes.
about appointment of 5. I listened very carefully.
Yes, and what was the answer, Chair?
And he responded.
Which
to-
was the answer? I didn't get the answer, Chair. That's what I'm asking.
But you asked a follow-up question. You even said to
No, I
him
was
that-
clarifying the question, Chair.
No, listen to what you said. You said to him that the question I'm asking is talking to your consciousness. I heard everything. And he came back and said the answer that I gave on that question. But look, I'm prepared to.
No, Chair, we can drop it. I understand. Chair.
No. We don't do things like that. We don't work like that. Because at the time you finished questioning, it was 18 minutes past 4. And your time has ended at 4:15. And how I want us to conduct proceedings must be in such a way that we show respect to one another as members of this committee. When your time is up, it is up, and that must be the understanding, honorable members. Because I wanted to call a break, a 15 minutes break. No, I must call a break. But before I call a break, I want us to get back to our business. And the only way of getting back to business is to do things in accordance with our agreements. When time has expired, it has expired, and unfortunately we can't reverse the clock.
Thank you.
And you know, Honorable Shong, I always want to declare how I equally want to be seen. It's not just about treating you equally, but manifestly seen treating you equally. And I just want to request that we have that kind of cooperation which will help us to achieve the work of the committee. Thank you so much. It's now 22 minutes after 16 hours. So I'm giving you a 15 minutes break. We are going to come here at 20 minutes before 17 hours. Thank you. Honorable Cameron has been released. He has a commitment this afternoon, so we had to release him. Thank you so much.